Right. I think I'm gonna ring. Um, I'm gonna ring the Eastbourne hub. Because that's another number to try. In the voice message.
Our opening hours are Monday to Friday, 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. The community hub is there for people who are struggling to cope with the coronavirus because they are alone, worried, short of money, or cannot get medicine, food, or other essentials. If this does not relate to you, please hang up and call the main council line on 01323 410000. If you have access to the internet, please visit our website at lewis-eastbourne.gov.uk, where you will find lots of information and guidance to support you during this time. Our dedicated coronavirus page is updated with information and contact details for food deliveries from local businesses, as well as information on volunteering and food banks. If you are unable to access the internet, please hold whilst we connect you to an advisor.
Your position in queue is 1.
Let's see how this goes. Give it a try. This is the Eastbourne hub.
Good afternoon, you're speaking with George. Thanks for your patience. How can I help?
Hello there. Is this the Eastbourne hub, please?
The Eastbourne hub?
Yes. This is a number that on the voice message that Caroline Ansell MP office gave.
Oh, this is Eastbourne and Lewis Council.
Oh right, okay. Yes.
What was needed?
Right. Okay. Well, I just have to just let you know. Because I live stream all my phone calls for because I'm having to document everything that's been happening. And the caseworker David, Caroline Ansell office was aware of that. It's a lot to go into. Me and my lady friend witness, she's a friend and a witness to what happened in my shared council accommodation. It's a lot to go into. It's horrendous. But we actually went down there to speak to David, to the caseworker. For Caroline Ansell, and I did have a reply from Caroline Ansell, but it's the same. To put it politely and mildly, it's the same sort of fobbing off that I've had in the past. This is I'm in crisis here with this. Well, it's been ongoing crisis for the past few years. And I've got to, I've left a voice message for David. I've got to check out on the 7th of March of this hotel that I've been self-funding for my safety. And he knows the circumstances around me, unable to go back to the accommodation where my room is. It's really I'm trying not to be graphic about my state of mental health, but I'm trying not to use heavy words to describe how this.
So what is it you would like me to do?
Is there any way that you are able to pass on a message to David, the caseworker at Carolina? Thank you. Yeah, because this is he's supposed to be sort of looking into this for me, and my health, my safety, my life has been put in danger in temporary accommodation. And I've actually found out that actually what one of the members of staff at the property could be convicted of a hate crime if I was to put it forward. Because I'll tell you how I know this.
It does sound like a police matter.
Yes, I'll tell you how I know this, as ridiculous as it sounds. Because of what I've been put through with the corruption with Sussex Police, which Caroline Ansell is supposed to be looking into. Dan from Police Abusing Powers, he's someone who exposes what the mainstream media won't, and I have recorded evidence of staff actually referring to me as an effing spastic. And up in Scotland, the police actually convicted someone of calling them a spastic as a hate crime. So
it's not a okay word to use.
It's not okay, absolutely not okay. I mean, I'm not part of the PC brigade, but I'm going to use that to actually just to show how. I mean, I could be here forever on the phone. I won't. I mean, obviously, I won't. But I could be here forever telling you what Sussex Police, the torture that I have been put through, the corruption that I have suffered under Eastbourne Borough Council and Sussex Police. And this lady, now I feel bad enough as it is, because the lady that I'm referring to, who is a witness, she's got her own problems. She still has to go to visit an oncologist. She's got problems with her own family. I'm a vulnerable woman who's on their own, who's got no friends or family. And as much as I don't want to air my dirty laundry in public, I'm at that point now where I've actually got to admit that I have got, well, I've had emotional abuse issues with my relationship with my partner, who took a caring role through Care for the Carers, which was advised by Caroline Ansell herself. She never wanted to visit me, and I was treated very badly by Care for the Carers. I was also abused by one particular care coordinator at St Wilfrid's Hospice. In my hand, I am holding the death certificate, my mother's death certificate that I signed at the town hall, Eastbourne Town Hall, just days after. Yes, it was the 17th of August. So it was about it was the 8th of August 2009 that I had to sign a homeless application form out of so-called supported accommodation. And my mental health has deteriorated. I've sort of, like, the past 5 years, I've sort of had this early midlife crisis. I don't exactly want to see my 40th birthday in 2 weeks' time. I've been, the Herald paper have mentioned me, the Eastbourne Herald have mentioned me as beating the police, even though I have been beaten by the police several times. I've made complaints to the IOPC, you name it. I have done everything. I've got here, the viewers on my YouTube channel can see this. I've actually got a newspaper article saying brave Bryony battles on. That was 2003 when I was doing care work at the time. Now I'm in a position where Sussex Partnership, Sussex Police and Adult Social Care have physically, emotionally, even made me street homeless for complaining about things like bed bugs crawling on me, antisocial behaviour, which I've got recorded enough evidence of. I've got enough evidence for all of this. And every time I have made complaints, I have been on the receiving end of horrendous corruption, fraudulent Section 184s. Every time that I have complained, my mental health has deteriorated. And just because I don't show signs of someone who appears to be, well, you know, I don't have any addictions, or so to speak, like I don't take drugs, and I'm not an alcoholic or anything like that. But my mental health has been used to abuse me and not support me. I could sue the Eastbourne Herald for libel. You know, aside from the lies, I've been lied to by Adult Social Care. I've got an email from a social worker who visited me, a duty social worker, AMP, approved mental health professional, and they just lie. They tell the trustees of my late mother's estate that I'm not engaging, yet I have been self-funding hotels, as I have been for the last few months, once again, with back PIP, back payment of severe disability, to keep myself safe, not on the street. I've got a copy of a note, an official notice, where I put the chief financial officer on notice, and I had nothing back. And I've got evidence that it was signed for and you know, received. You know, and members of the council have repeatedly failed me. Councillor Stephen Holt, who's Cabinet for Community, who took over from Alan Shuttleworth, Head of Housing, he didn't want to help me either. But Councillor Stephen Holt, they don't deserve these titles because they're not doing their duty to serve and protect and to stop and correct. He spoke to my lady witness friend. His face was on a leaflet in the property that has a terrible reputation. This is somewhere that the council and Sussex Partnership put me in. I will go to the media about this, and I shall also let my lady friend know that I'm making these videos, because I'm not going to have police barge in here and section me or do anything like that, because they're not actually doing their duty, which is to, you know, like 3 hours after I recorded a protected criminal on a tag threatening to beat me senseless, I was arrested by the so-called investigating officer who burst in on my hotel, the last hotel room that I was in. I was self-funding for 4 months. Yeah. There isn't anything, and I could be here forever telling you that what happened in 2020
Yeah.
When I emailed Caroline Ansell and she emailed me back to say that she would be getting in contact with the authorities, she's doing the same thing again, but fobbing me off. Because days after she'd emailed me, I had contacted on the 21st of October 2020, I contacted the local government ombudsman and a social worker, told them about the last accommodation that I was in where I wasn't safe and other tenants, other licensees were complaining. And then that day, I've spent thousands of pounds of back severe disability pay on hotels to keep myself safe.
Yeah.
And I was beaten by Sussex police up on Beachy Head. I had to report a corrupt solicitor to the SRA, the Solicitors Regulation Authority, because she wanted me to plead guilty in order for me to get a probation officer when they beat me during a welfare check. And she said I acted in self-defense. I have never committed a crime in my life, but I have had the police have done this to me several times over. My mental health has severely deteriorated. And, the fact that I'm still here, talking to you as I am now, alive, breathing, still keep going, is a miracle. And I'm struggling to hold it together. I'm not superhuman.
Yeah, no, of course. Are you aware of Mind?
I'm aware of Mind. Yes, I've tried.
Yeah, because they have a crisis team that might be worth getting in contact with if your mental health is taking a dive.
Well, the thing is, I do appreciate what you're saying, but I have tried, obviously tried Mind. I've tried. There isn't any avenue I haven't tried. I've tried, I've gone through. I've tried law centres, solicitors. I have finally found a legal aid solicitor, but they're only going to do what should have been done for me anyway. I'm not. They can't even.
Sorry, I didn't mean with the legal aspect. I meant more sort of just for support with your mental health. Obviously, with the legal aspect, I'm not entirely certain of, sort of the full scenario. Obviously, you've been through quite a lot, but it seems like you're exploring the right avenues for yourself there. So what is it you would like me to let David know?
Well, I just, obviously, I mean, I know I do a lot of talking and I don't necessarily expect you to remember everything I've said, and I appreciate you listening. But, I do have a matter of urgency because I've got to check out in 6 days' time and I need to find out what the get an update.
What the plan is. Yeah.
Yes, because he knows that he knows the horror stories of what happened in that accommodation. My things are in the room. Oh, I also had Juliet. Juliet is a lady. She's a witness to what happened when this protected criminal on a tag was attacking me, threatening me. Well, it's actually assault. I mean, I have been physically assaulted, but I've had the verbal assaults. I've had my bedroom window smashed. They just basically, these individuals. I mean, it's like I don't really want to say anything that might sound sarcastic, but I didn't know that people like this actually existed, where they just basically, I mean, I haven't even seen it on the TV, where they just tear the place down. They're not, they don't care what they do. I think I've seen it all. I know there's probably got to be worse than this, but I think I've seen some of the worst of it. I found human feces in the bin. I reported it as an environmental hazard. I got a threat of a punch in the face from the cleaners. You know, the staff, the police, the people that it's just chaos. And Eastbourne Borough Council is run by, well, I've just never known anything like I've moved to Eastbourne 17 years ago, and I went straight into what was supposed to be adult social care, supported living. I've just been exploited. I've just been exploited. People are just used as cash cows. They don't. You know, you're just left to sort of sort yourself out, and then you go to St Mary's House, which has a terrible reputation, and I didn't realise that my middle sister had actually. It took me a while to work out that she actually worked for Southdown Housing, which were the people that actually exploited me, didn't support me, and they've continued to lie to this day. Because they're supposed to support people with a wide range of disabilities. Like my sister cared for people with severe acute learning difficulties, and you know, it's just it. But you know, unfortunately, I had a corrupt social worker landlord who, you know, and I wasn't the only person who said this, who was just in it for the, and I was sworn at and verbally got abuse from his brother, the support worker. They don't care. They, you know, I got, you know, what the F were you doing up on Beachy Head drunk was what I got. And now I've actually recorded staff, well, as I said, one of whom who, according to Dan and one of his videos, if calling me a spastic is a hate crime, you could have a whole court case over what has happened in that property. And I expect Caroline Ansell's office to actually do something, because I shall be emailing the new candidate who wants to take over from her, from the Lib Dem party, because I've got some very supportive. There are people very kindly. Dan, who does this police abusing powers online, he very kindly got me some of his subs to subscribe to me. So I have actually got people that do actually care watching my live streams, because I'm putting all of this, my phone calls, I'm putting everything on my YouTube channel now, because I'm just sick to death. I'm sick to death of being lied to. I mean, I feel embarrassed that I've had to admit, because I don't want to air my dirty laundry in public. This is not attention seeking. This is trying to get people to do what is their job, like Councillor Stephen Holt. I don't want to. There are people. Anyone can see my YouTube. I don't want to have to say, "Oh, my partner's been emotionally abusive towards me," but he took a caring role for me. He'd call the police on me because I disagreed with him. Now, if he's suffering with his mental health and he won't admit his OCD to me, or whatever it is that he's got, but I'm the one who's pouring out my heart to him about my family, about my late mother, and I've got, he's a lot older than me. He's still got two parents. I've got no one, no friends, no family. I'm too afraid to call the police if my life is in danger. My lady witness friend, as I said, she's not out of the woods yet with her cancer, but we went down to the police desk and she secretly recorded me speaking to them And she was appalled that they weren't concerned about how Sussex police had treated me. I said, oh, that's nothing compared to everything else that I've had. And I honestly, I do not know what I would have done without Juliet. I really don't, because I was in my dressing gown on the pavement, crying out for any member of the public to listen to me, because the police were the ones arresting me for doing Sergeant Simmons told me to purchase a dictaphone, and I recorded antisocial behaviour, and I was arrested for doing what they told me to do twice in 1 week. And the whole time I recorded the neighbours saying they've done nothing about the antisocial, the woman on I even recorded the company who put the tag on her, and they said make notes. They were appalled to hear what I had been going through in my council accommodation. That is where my possessions are. So David, the caseworker, if you can pass this on, because my viewers are watching this. My viewers on YouTube, thank you very much to, yes, Sid and Brian, thank you very much. They're watching this, they're listening to this, because I expect to get some kind of resolve from this, because I am fed up with being fobbed off and lied to. I am fed up with it. I am going out of my mind, because people will not do very, very simple things that I am asking for, and that is what they get paid to do. I'm sorry to raise my voice. I'm sorry to raise.
I'm more than happy to contact David and ask him to get in touch with you. Obviously, I can't make comment on kind of what's been happening with the police. It's not my position to, in any sort of stretch of the imagination, but I'm more than happy to ask David if he can get in contact with you to arrange the next steps with your accommodation, for sure. But sort of as I mentioned earlier, I do think, sort of making sure that you're in touch with sort of Health in Mind or someone like that in the crisis team, just to offer you that sort of extra bit of support, sort of with sort of what you've been going through, I think would be.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt. Sorry.
No. Honestly, I just want to make sure that you're, getting the support you need, because you've obviously been through quite a lot.
The thing is, though, these people have been complicit in my failings. I'm never going to speak to the Beachy Head chaplains again either. I'm done with cups of tea. I'm actually finding it. Do you know what? I spoke to a man called Brian, who left the Beachy Head chaplains because he said it was too procedure based. Yes, because when I was assaulted by Sussex police, dragged back in handcuffs, I had slept in a field near where my mother's ashes are. I have been abused by St Wilfrid's Hospice staff when I was there, not to speak to that care coordinator whom I'd never met before. Oh, you saw a counsellor after your mother died. How dare she? I was there to speak to the nurses who nursed my late mother. How dare she? How dare she? I've got that care coordinator's name. Her name was Ella Williams. How dare she? I had slept in a field near my mother's ashes, and I'd gone AWOL from the psychiatric unit because they'd forcibly injected me, which is a hangable offence under Nuremberg trials. So you have to have a wet ink signature for that. I've been assaulted by staff and patients. In this article where it says Brave Bryony battles on, I'm doing care work with the elderly. And now I've been a patient. I've never known anything like it. I was reported missing in the local Herald in June of 2018. There was a patient called Reese, and his brother had jumped off Beachy Head. How do I know this? Because one of the tenants at the Riverbourne house who've been affected by the antisocial behaviour, because I recorded those tenants, one of them said to me, he said, oh, you see that chap there? his brother jumped off Beachy Head. Well, guess what? He jumped off Beachy Head. That's around the same time that I was reported missing. And PC Arthur Deviney and PC Curtis dragged me backwards through Hyde Gardens, shoved me in a police van and took me back to Eastbourne Psychiatric Unit. I've never known anything like it. I could tell you some horror stories. I also recorded a ward review, a damning ward review, where the psychiatrist is offering me help. That's in 2019 when I met John Alexander Patterson, who'd been, the people you meet in these places, I could tell you an awful lot. This is someone who'd been to Scotland Yard.
I can't speak on behalf of sort of other services or agencies, but I do think sort of trying to source, whether it's through the NHS or through a charitable partner, sort of someone that you trust to kind of support you. I would implore you to sort of seek someone that you could possibly trust to help you.
I haven't. No. I'm sorry to interrupt you. No, I spoke to a power advocate who started being nice to me and then decided she didn't want to help me. This was long before things got really bad, before I found out that all these people had taken their own lives whilst I was suicidal. This Andy from the Beachy Head Chaplains, I bumped into him in Brighton and he said to me, I left the Beachy Head Chaplains, it was too procedure based. Do you know what he did? He came up to me and he said, oh no, I'm not having another one go over the edge. They don't care. They do not care. Caroline Ansell, it serves the Tory party. She does not serve the people. And I'm sick to death. I tell you what, me and Juliet and I, the lady who's got cancer, who's had cancer, and she's still not out of the woods. This lady who I went to David with. I mean, I feel bad. I don't like to say the C word because I don't want to upset her, but I've got to be kind of brutally honest here. Steve Churchill from Eastbourne Food Bank had taken possessions of mine at the Strand Hotel, where I stabbed myself through the arm with a 6-inch knife in December of 2018. This is after I had been reported missing in the local Herald and assaulted by 2 Sussex police officers. He still got possessions of mine. I never got to thank his wife because he was caring for his wife, who's no longer here, and she had cancer. And me and Juliet have got to go to the food bank. Well, I've asked her if she would, because he apparently has told my partner that I'm playing him, and my partner has been emotionally abusive, and he took a caring role for me through Care for the Carers. I want all my viewers on YouTube to hear every word that I'm saying, and I'm absolutely had enough of it. 25 years I've tried to get help with my mental health. 4 times I've changed my doctor's surgery in this town. I've spoken to some of the rudest people in this. I know what Eastbourne's like. I've spent nearly all of my life down here. And but it's only since actually living in this town that I have really seen through all the fakery, the lies and the corruption. And Eastbourne Borough Council has actually got my blood on its hands, and so has Caroline Ansell. They've already got my blood on their hands that has been spilt in the Strand Hotel. I take responsibility for myself. I put my hands up. I say sorry all the time. I say sorry all the time. I say sorry if you step on my feet, and I'm not doing it anymore. I've had my mental breakdown. I've gone to these people, and I've had abuse from people who are paid to help and support people, and they have added to my trauma. Sussex Police and Sussex Partnership, they have got a terrible reputation. I've heard horror stories from other people, and I really am now at the end of it. I am not going to have any more sections, because after this phone call, I've now got to also get off the phone and ring ESA, the benefit people, because I've got to pay back. You can make this stuff up. I've got to pay back money for what they called a hospital stay. If they're talking about the one where I was beaten by police and then nursing assistants, I was telling Dan from Police Abusing Powers about this. I was on the phone to him for 4 hours telling him it. I've never known anything like it. I was self-funding a hotel I'd spent £2,000 on, and I was waiting for the local government ombudsman to get back to me, and a social worker, and Caroline Ansell had emailed me. I got nothing, and I'm in the same situation that I was in before, and I'm having to chase it up. And I'm telling you, I'm just saying I'm at the end of it. Because all she's going to do is she's going to fob me off again. I saw her on the night shelter a few years ago. She didn't want to meet me. All these members of the council. I was even bullied by the Eastbourne People's Assembly after I had spoken out in front of David Tutt and Councillor Alan Shuttleworth, who Stephen Holt took over from, and that was 5 years ago, but before all these horrendous things happened. And they just don't care. They're in it for themselves. They're in it for their own personal interests. They're supposed to serve the people. I just don't understand it. I really don't. I just, my eyes have been opened up to so much. I was naive like my late mother. I thought these people were there to support us. It's just about fear, control, and there's no help with trauma. They use trauma to control. Fear and control. That's all it is. I'm too afraid to call the police, but if my life is in danger. That's what I said at the police desk, because on the 7th of October last year, I had gone in there to say that I would be returning with my lady witness friend, and I was put through 24 hours of non-stop torture. I prayed so hard in that Serco truck. There were no court papers, no court case. It's really quite simple. It's corruption. This is how people get cancer, from being put through what I was put through. I had a demented magistrate's custody suite manager shouting at me that I would go to prison. I tell you, I did not stop praying once. I took photographs of the bruises that were caused to me by the same PC Soper who bruised me up on Beachy Head. They are all complicit in these crimes against there are so many crimes that have been committed against me, not just my human rights, my basic human rights. I'm drinking a lot of Lucozade just to speak, just to get these phone calls. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, of course. No, I completely, it sounds like you've been through quite a lot, and obviously I can't comment on sort of other services, but what I can do for you is contact David and ask if he can get back in touch to talk about sort of what's going on with your housing. I'm more than happy to do that for you.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Of course.
So I know I've had a big event. I know this happens a
Sometimes
lot.
you need it.
Yeah, thank you for understanding that. I obviously I don't want to be in this endless loop though, where I'm just venting, because my life is going down the drain. As I said, I don't exactly want to see my my birthday in 2 weeks' time. I'm feeling like an old lady inside. I feel like an old lady because it's draining. It's just, and they just, when you've already got shame with the mental health side of things. I've never had that. I've never had therapy. 25 years. Well, 20, nearly 26 years ago, I saw I've actually got a note here. I'll read it out. I think I must have been in my late teens or early 20s when I wrote this. And it was one of the very many love notes that I wrote to my late mother. And it says, dear mum, blah 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 blah. Well, I won't say all the sort of, but this is the bit that really stuck out because I took it out because this just says it all. It's got a lot of I love you sort of things in it, but it says, Dr. Price tried to say after telling about Tuesday's event, PTO, he tried to refer me to the day hospital. This is Seaford Day Hospital. He said that there has been a delay because of Dr. Rogers in New Haven, and it should be Seaford or something. Sorry about the grammar. If I hear anything, then I need to call him or his secretary. There is a query, though. The hospital say I went for physiotherapy. ! Question mark. I didn't know, did I? This is the kind of nonsense. So even in my late teens and early 20s, I was being messed around by the mental health services. And I'm supposed to be turning 40 in a couple of weeks' time. I've sat with the rudest people. I've done care work myself. And I had a locum from the Channel Islands. This very Dr. Innes Cameron. I looked him. This was 5 years ago, and I was talking about my Maybug phobia and what about my sister's sex change and everything, and my mother and my father and the violence. And he said, "You need what the Vietnam War veterans had. You need trauma-based therapy." And since then, I've had Sussex police do to me what was more traumatic than attempted indecent assault, attempted rape in 2011, where I went to Hove Court, Crown Court, and I put my assailant 10 years on a sex offenders register and 2 years in prison. I was okay with that. In fact, I was able to laugh that off. But I haven't been able to laugh off what the police have done to me, and Eastbourne Borough Council and Sussex Partnership. I have been left scarred by what they have done to me.
Well, I'm really sorry to hear about all those experiences. What I'm going to do is I'm going to contact David and ask him to get in touch with you. I am going to have to go and take another call now, just because obviously we've got a few other people waiting to get through to us. But I will make sure that David gets in touch with you to talk about your housing options kind of going forward.
Thank you very much. I really do appreciate that. And I do appreciate you listening to me. I'm so sorry. I didn't ask your name. Sorry about that. George, thank you very much. And I do appreciate you listening to me. I had to obviously get this all off my, because I'm trying hard not to, that feeling that I don't know if you do know this feeling, but it's only human to feel like I'm going to go crazy. And if I don't want to end up like losing my temper and shouting at someone. You know what I mean?
No, of course you don't.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, like I say, I'll drop David an email, and you can go from there with him. But like I say, sort of try and take it a little bit easy and take care of yourself.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. Thank you.
Not a problem at all, Miss McCarthy. Sophie. Speak to you later.
Thank you very much, and you. Thank
Bye.
you. Thank you. Bye. Thank you. Oh yeah, he remembered my surname. Did I say my surname? You see, the thing is, I've had people, because I do that polite, nice thing all the time, you know, where you're nice all the time. And then I attract people who do that. And I don't like doing it myself. I don't like being fake with people. I don't like, you know, all that BS. But thank you. I've just had to look at the comments here. Oh dear. You know, you know what it is. It's, I'm fighting something inside. When I go out and about, like, for example, when I go walk out of the hotel room, I'm really polite with people. Like, there's a group of men downstairs who said, "You're right, Bryony," and I went, "Fine, thank you." But I just had this horrible thing with my partner, and I had to stop myself from crying. I had to ring reception to apologize for his screaming and shouting at me and storming out. And this is not something that I want the world to see. This is not something that under normal circumstances, I wouldn't be sharing this with because anybody anywhere can see this. But I'm at that point where if I don't, because the thing is, there is so much pressure. I hate doing this sweet, nice, polite, middle class, Princess Diana bullshit thing where you're sort of constantly, it's like programming. Oh yes, I'm fine, thank you. Hello, yes, and you know, and the thing is, I wouldn't want, like, to speak to Dan for 4 hours, Dan from Police Abusing Powers, because it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. And I don't want to do this to my lady friend, you know, because I don't want to be personal about her, but she's got her problems, and you know, you don't want to sort of, you know, it's sort of like I'm crying out, I'm sending text messages, I'm crying, you know, but thank you so much for your encouragement. It means so much. Thank you, Sid Snot, and thank you. Good to see you. Okay, Bryony, and go girl, give them help. Thank you, Brian, Bobby, and Sid. Support like fuck. There is no support. They just say that so they can get out of dealing with it. Yes, you're right, Ian Broadhurst. I know, but this is just it. I'm like, I want to scream and shout, but also I'm being the programming. It's like, I don't know what to do anymore, though, because my mother was not a pushover. She'd do everything the right way, the assertive way. She was polite, but she was assertive. I've been doing all of that, and I've been pissed around, and now I've had police brutality and things that, I tell you what, it would kill my mother if she was alive. She'd be fuming angry. My mother shouted in church against the appraisal of a headmaster that the PTA wanted to get rid of. They thought he was it was our Catholic primary school, and they thought us children knew he was a bit pervy. My mother shouted in church, and one person came up to her and said to my mother, this Irish lady said, you should get a medal for doing what you did. Everyone else was a pussy about it, but Brian, he is offering to get help from a crisis team and help to get you moved or help to a new place. Do you think so? Well, he didn't actually say that though, did he? I've tried Mind. I've been to the crisis team and the urgent care lounge so many times. I went to the urgent care lounge and fell asleep, telling them that I was being attacked in the very place that they trafficked me to. That place that I'm keeping away from. These places are dangerous. And then I had that, I forgot to mention that the nutter, that mental health nurse who threatened me with security in Greg's. I didn't tell him about that. She threatened me with security because I had a difference of opinion. She said, you've had it easy. Yeah, of course I have. I've been assaulted by the police and nursing assistants up on Beachy Head. And then because I said to her, look, well, we'll agree to disagree, she went to get security, and security said she acted as if I'd come at her with a knife. People in this town are demented. There's something in Eastbourne. Look up Eastbourne, one of the worst towns in the UK. And this woman who is moved away from Eastbourne, she said, I feel like I'm everyone's social worker. Read about that. Spot on. You really do. This is spiritual and psychological warfare in one. NHS England Limited Company Primary Care Contract, Eastbound. NHS Foundation Trust 2 company, beware their policy, more so when, what, a targeted individual? Is that what you mean when you say TI? Thank you, Sid Snot. NHS, sorry, I was just trying to understand your comment. NHS England Limited Company Primary Care Contract. Trust 2 company. Well, I there's so much to say. There's too much to say. I recorded a licensee saying that they'd had enough of me and that they were working with the council to get me sectioned. The staff that committed a hate crime against me. Yeah. I've got damning recordings. But Caroline Stevens said I'm already in trouble. How does she know that? And how does she know PC Franklin Lester's real name? Why did she go from praying for me to talking me out of suicide to threatening me? Caroline Stevens seeking the truth. Look her up. There are a lot of... I can't trust people even on YouTube because of all the shills. But I just, do you know what I mean? But yes, I do need to be careful what I say online. That's why I can't actually never say that you're feeling suicidal. I have not in my videos said that I'm feeling suicidal, because if I do, PC Franklin Lester will come in the door and just take me away. I have not said that. I said I'm at the end of it, but I haven't said, God, I really can't fucking take anymore. No, I mean, I just can't take anymore. I haven't said I'm suicidal. No, I'm being, they're evil. It's about fear and control. Whether you believe in God, Yahweh, whatever you want to call it, him, Satan or not, it's evil. Satanic is just another word for saying what is inherently evil. This system they are using, it's just evil. Human beings are evil. I won't call the police pigs because I don't want to insult pigs. Do you know what I mean? Animals don't do the things that human beings do. It's just, I've never known anything like it. I don't care if you're an order follower. You don't do this. This is not a world that I want to live in. Do you know what I mean? It's about fear and control. It's not about supporting people. But thank you very much for your support. I just saying, I'm only human. I can't do this on my own. I can't do it on my own. I'm forcing myself to keep going. Do you know what I mean? I noticed the backtracking by the authority when you were on the phone. Sorry, backtracking. Oh, I get all those phrases. We're going round in circles. What do you want me to do about it? The two favourite TI phrases that they use with me: Tavistock Institute, targeted individual, same thing, committee of 300. That's where the police and the social workers get their training. We're going round in circles, and if I had a magic wand, they love driving me mad and hanging up. The number of times I've had people before hanging up on me, I had the local government ombudsman say we're going round in circles and hang up on me when I had been assaulted by the police, stripped naked on a cell floor with my head down. They put their hands on my head, pushing me to the ground. And then I was assaulted by nursing assistants on the section 136. So I was, they've still got my clothes. They've still got my clothes and trainers. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to end this live stream because I feel like I'm going to cry in a while because this is all fake. This is the Lucasade speaking. I don't drink. I don't smoke. I don't take drugs. I'm running on prayers and Lucasade, and I don't feel like praying because of my partner's abuse. So I'm going to probably end this now. So I've just had enough. I've been through every service, a power advocate. I could have had a power advocate. I could have had all these things. There is something. My partner's responsible for him. All these narcissists are responsible for themselves. My partner's responsible for himself. The psychiatric unit. Every individual is responsible for themselves. And I've just had it with all of them. I've had it with all of them. I really have, and they all pass the buck. Typical narcissism. But whatever I believe in, there's got to be, if there's not a heavenly Father, there's something that I've been praying to. Something or some being. There's something. I don't know. There's something. The calls are rerouted. It's not public funded companies, agents. One gets put tough, need to be aware of MI6, MI5. God, yeah. Well, that would surprise me. That would explain why. I've been waiting for a response from the local government ombudsman, right? They contacted the council, right? The local government ombudsman. Caroline Ansell, the MP, had emailed me. I've been on the phone to the local government ombudsman. I know my live streams are infiltrated anyway. But my blood is on their hands now. So you've all seen it. Anything that happens to me, you'll know. My blood is on their hands. And that's what I want people to know. If they're not even willing to do a basic thing for me and to put me through all of this. All I think about is, I wonder, because of my partner's abuse, he's always talking about the Hebrew Aramaic scriptures because he's an expert. He's got his Hebrew Aramaic scriptures and he says Yahweh is our Heavenly Father. But then he's been emotionally abusive to me in an unacceptable manner. And it's becoming more and more frequent. It was like I waited over a month for him. And my lady friend thinks that he opened my envelope. Oh, he said there was I had this horrible woman from ESA hang up on me. Oh, I've got to sort that out because they said that I had a hospital stay. I didn't declare where I was living. I was going through all this hell. I'm funding a hotel for my safety. I've spent thousands of pounds of severe disability. I've heard it all, seen it all. I'm barely able. The way you're looking at, yeah, might look well. I might look okay, but that's the miracle of prayer. Do you know what I mean? Though, I've got to be superwoman here. It's insanity. All of this is just insanity. Complicit in crimes against your person. That's right, on my person. Me, Bryony McCarthy, the living woman, not the legal fiction. I've got my birth certificate in here, and this is my passport. That's the legal fiction. I put the CFO on notice as the living woman with my thumbprint in red. I would do it in blood if I could. The deep state suck. Eastbourne sound like Pontard. What's that? Eastbourne sound like Pontard Dulace. Hang on, let me just write that down. I've never seen that word before. Sorry. Pontard Dulace. So I've got to look up that word. Is that a Welsh word for something rude? If it's something rude, I'll agree with it. My area, just the same. I get the same treatment. I'm sorry. Oh, what? Are you from Eastbourne as well? Waken Spirit Faith. Are you from East Sussex? That was a very good call with George. Yeah. Oh, I need to write his name, George. He sounded like a nice person. The thing is, the number of times I've said that people are nice and they haven't, do you know what I mean? I'm trying to get the balance right between being polite and nice and not being taken, not having the piss taken out of me, excuse my French, but I don't know. I wasn't brought up to swear, but this is what I'm smiling because I've got viewers, but it's not funny. This is programming. This is torture. Don't be fooled by what you see. This is where I can totally relate to Adamant. Speaking of which, because I said about Stuart Goddard, Adamant, who wrote to me, and he's an MK Ultra, Baphomet worshipping, Freemason, Satanist. And yes, he is a Satanist. His band even wore T-shirts that said "I heart Satan" in a church in where's HMS Victory? Portsmouth, I think. Yeah, but Adamant, oh my gosh, I had a really horrible nightmare. I think it's trauma, and whilst you might think I'm a bit weird, I had a nightmare that that I was in a horse-drawn carriage, and Amanda Donohoe and his entourage were there, and she said they stopped the carriage and they said, "Look over there," and they were trying to force me to look, and I knew it was something horrible without them saying. I said, "I'm not going to look, Bryony, look," and it was a field, and I knew that there was a severed head, and it was to do with Anne Boleyn, because I'm messed up in my head, because I'm named after Anne Boleyn because my grandmother was related to Anne Boleyn, and my head is in a really, really dark place. And I didn't want to look at this body, this decapitated body, and they were saying, "Look, Bryony, look." And no, I'm not going to look. Move on. And my head is really in a very, very dark place. And it doesn't help when you've got a partner who's taken a caring role for you, and every time I disagreed with him, he'd call the police on me. And now he's being emotionally abusive. He's being childish, actually. He's being really nasty. He's a lot older than me, a big age gap. But, it's just... And I'm going out of my bloody mind. I'm going out of my mind. It's very easy for people to say... It's like there is some kind of mind control going on here. Sociopathy. And I don't know what to believe in. I'm on my own. And I'm just trying to, my late mother's friends, a couple of them on Facebook, and they've blocked me, and I've got narcissistic sisters. I'm a victim of child abuse. I've come to that realization that everything that's been normalized, and my father and what his father did to him, and my mother and their violence, and then my sisters, his violence to them and their violence towards me. You don't even necessarily have to assault someone for it to be violence, but I have been assaulted. And the bullying, even my mother realized that she had normalized what happened to me, and like, I have to tell myself, Bryony, it's not you, but you get a lot of people saying it's you. And that trauma bonding, that sweetness, that loveliness that comes with the narcissism. But I don't know, there's some sociopathy going on here as well. And I can't take it. You can't be all sweet and gentle and loving and talk about our Heavenly Father and then start screaming and shouting at me when I've already had all of this. I had it after my mother died. I had it from my sisters. Do you know what I mean? And I'm going out of my mind. Everything that I say about myself is true. I've got no reason to lie. What have I got? This is probably why people lie, so that they have an easier life. But is it worth it? Listen to what Roseanne Barr said on the Reveal report. I really, really want to hear more of what she's got to say. Roseanne Barr. Sorry, I'm in a really strange place in my head. Sorry, it feels really weird to talk to people on here because it's like you're real people, but there's something. It's only when my partner's with me that I actually have proper human interaction. But he's doing this trauma bonding, and I feel like even if it's not MK Ultra stuff, it's similar because it's like. Excuse me, Caroline Ansell MP didn't want to meet me, according to my partner, but she suggested he take a caring role for me. And he's still done his bit to damage me. And I don't want to see my birthday. His mum said to me 5 years ago, you two could have a nice life together. And I thought, I've got a family. At last, I've got a family, a nice middle-class family, the kind of family that my mother would want me to have. Where have they been throughout all of this? Not one word. I sent text messages. I took Darren's parents' mobile numbers and I text them and I haven't had a reply. And I'm sick to death of people lying to me. That is a form of programming. I know. I've done the research. And I just don't know if it's worth it to keep going. But for some reason, something is making me keep going. And I don't know why. Is it worth the sleepless nights? Is it worth the gory, frightening nightmares that I've had since I was a child? Is it worth it? Is this worth it? Sorry, but I'm in a dark place. I'm just reading. Thank you. I've just read the last of the comments here. People fall out with their partners, Brian. It's okay to feel upset and offended by it. Thank you. Bless you. It's quite normal of you. Thank you so much. Oh, that call was very productive. You got your points across very well. Thank you very much. Thank you. It is a Welsh small place where I used to be. Oh, that place that begins with P. Would you like to move somewhere away from Eastbourne? Yes, I would. I love the West Country. That's my favourite on Facebook. A private where you can have your support and help assist you in time when you move there, perhaps with trauma. Well, the thing is, I've got everything's tied up in Eastbourne. My stuff is everywhere. I've got a problem with clutter. This is something that they were supposed to help me with. And if they couldn't help me, they were supposed to signpost me. The social worker landlord said to me in supported accommodation, my flat will have to be fumigated because of you, which is disgusting. And yet you've got TV programs where people who've got nice homes This is an NHS illness. And it got worse after my mother died. It's not the same as having a nice collection of things. I could have rats in the garage that I pay for storage. You need to call ESA. Remember, Bryony. Yeah, I'm not gonna. I better end the live stream because I think they shut at 5 o'clock. Yes, I'm going to contact Tina. Thank you for. It's like having like a parent on here, and I mean that in a nice way. That's really nice. It's very supportive. Nice to have that. Thank you. I don't think God or belief is the issue, Bryony. The lack of basic care is the problem. Yeah. Well, this is why I'm going out of my mind, because even Darren, my partner, said that. We've both learnt something from this, that mental fragility and how these people are they're either thick, and I can't believe that anyone could actually be that thick. People who work in mental health, I find it hard to believe that anyone could be that thick. So they've got to be doing it deliberately, because it's either that or it's narcissism. How thick do you have to be where you've got a vulnerable person who's had so much domestic violence, attempted rape? I didn't ask for help with the attempted rape from the floating support worker. Homeworks are crap. Ask the people of Eastbourne, because I've spoken to enough people. They are crap. They've got an appalling reputation, and they don't like me. They say, don't talk to Bryony, don't talk to that woman, because she's telling the truth. They don't like people who tell the truth. And I just find it hard to believe that anyone who works in mental health could be that stupid. So it's got to be deliberate. Because when you've got mental fragility, a partner who's in a caring role for you, they abused me, they assaulted me. When I wanted my partner to visit me on the Amberley ward, they banned him. Another patient who was a witch, a white witch, well, it's all satanic anyway. You can call it whatever you want. It's still a paganism. It's just a shop front for. But she didn't take nonsense from anyone, and she said to me, "They can't do that." I said they did. They banned him from visiting me. But guess what? They only allowed him in the council on my behalf. What does that tell you? Fear and control. You don't want to read what's on your mental health records. I read a comment on one of these videos a few years ago. Yeah, I know. You could have a laugh. You could absolutely pull it apart. It's absolute bollocks. Excuse my French. They went from saying I suffer with psychosis because I put up a protest at the police dragging me into St Mary's House in handcuffs. This is the building, by the way, that made me homeless when my mother was dying of cancer. Adult social care, yeah. And yet they went from saying, oh, hang on a minute. Who's this? Hello?
Oh, hi, is that Bryony?
It is, yes. Yes.
Hi, Bryony. It's David calling from the Housing Needs and Solutions team. Eastbourne Borough Council.
Oh, hello. Yes. Sorry. Yeah, I've still got my live stream running. Yes. Thank you. I've put you on loudspeaker. Yes. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Yeah, Bryony, what I was just going to do is, sorry, I know you need to be out of your property. Is it the 6th, isn't it?
Well, it's not my property. It's the hotel on the 7th. I have to check out the prices, because of we're sort of going into that season where the prices are going up considerably. And I've been self-funding. I've spent thousands of pounds of severe disability premium back pay, PIP on, and the money's running out again because I'm not safe to go back to this property, and I've been self-funding for 4 months, nearly 5 months in this hotel.
Right. Okay.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Can I just? Sorry, did you say you're not David that I spoke to? Are you David? You sorry. Sorry, I'm sorry. What did you say your name was? You're not David. I wasn't. I did. You said you're from housing. You're actually from.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, I don't know if there's a different David you can speak to, but my name's David Sharp. I'm a housing officer, so I work for Eastbourne Borough Council.
Oh.
Your case has recently been assigned to me. But I got an email today. Obviously, sorry, there's been a bit of a delay in contacting people because of how busy we've been. But I got an email today basically saying that you need to leave the current accommodation on the 6th. So all I was going to do, because unfortunately, obviously it's nearly the end of the day, I was going to try and get you booked in for an appointment on. Sorry, where's my calendar? Unfortunately, I'm all booked up tomorrow, but I could give you a call Thursday afternoon.
Oh, okay. Yes, please. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Brilliant. Let me give you. So they haven't even created a file for you yet, Bernie. When was it that you actually contacted initially to say you were going to be homeless? Was it today?
No. Well, I had already been to see David, the caseworker for Caroline Ansell MP, with my lady witness friend, so you could actually see me in person, because and I am being, believe me, I'm being very nice about all of this. I've been more than just fobbed off with everything that's happened, particularly over the past 5 years. Obviously there were cans of worms of horror stories that you sort of pick through when I'm venting, as it were. And David, he said he actually said to me at one point, I've been more angry than you. Well, I've had PCSOs say that to me. And he said, we get a lot of complaints about temporary accommodation. But this is off the scale. My life was practically, my life was in danger. And the police have targeted me and tortured me when I was, we're talking about, the investigating officer and as a sergeant. I've got emails, I've got evidence I've recorded the neighbours, I've recorded all sorts.
Okay.
And even, yes.
Sorry to interrupt you, Bernie. We'll probably have to go through this when I speak to you, if that's okay. Only because I'm due to finish soon. But what I wanted to know was, are you known by any other names, by the way? Is it just Brony and your surname's McCarthy?
Yeah, it's just Bryony McCarthy. Well, apart from my middle name.
But your first name's spelled Briony?
That's correct, yes.
Because I can't seem to find your file, which is really strange. So when did you actually contact? So I appreciate there's another David you're speaking to, which is probably confusing things. But when's the first time you contacted the council saying you were homeless? Was that this week, or was it?
Well, when you say homeless, do you mean about the issues? You mean the issues that I've raised with David? Is that what you mean? Sorry, because because I don't know what you do and don't know. I have the room at Belmore Road. Because I really don't know. See, this is what I mean. This is why I vent so much, because I don't know what you do and don't know about all the horror stories.
Oh, I see. Well, basically, what we do is, sorry. Yeah, because I'll be honest with you, the emails just come through to me. So I just thought, okay, first thing I'll do is just get you booked in for an appointment. Obviously, they said to me, you're going to be homeless as of the 6th of March. And obviously, what you've just explained to me, your self-funded is going to run out. So what I just wanted to do today was book you in for an appointment. But for some reason, I can't find your details. I can't actually find anything for you on the system, you see. So that's why I was a bit confused.
That doesn't surprise me, actually, because I've got stuff in the room at Belmore Road because I had a year of terrorism. But when I say terrorism, obviously I don't mean, in the true form of
extremist.
I've had my bedroom window smashed. I've been assaulted. I've had vandalism. I've recorded the neighbours. I've been tortured by the police, unlawfully arrested when I did what Sergeant Simmons told me to do, which was to record antisocial behaviour. And I may have what this is the big joke. This is what is so ridiculous. I'm going to go. My dictaphone is full up, but somewhere on my dictaphone, I've recorded one of the A&A contractors, the staff that manage the property, calling me an effing spastic. And that is, according to Dan from Police Abusing Powers, the police arrested someone up in Scotland for calling the police a spastic as a hate crime. So there you go. I mean, I'm not part of the PC brigade, but if I could, I'm more than willing to use that to my advantage because it's ridiculous. It is. The torch. I could be here forever telling you because Caroline Ansell MP. Believe me, I am being a very nice lady about all of this. I have been put through horrendous torture to the point where the police and Sussex Partnership have helped contribute to making me suicidal. I was telling George, who is very patient with me. I spoke for quite a long time. I was saying how I've been in supported accommodation because I moved to Eastbourne 17 years ago under adult social care, and it's just been nothing. It's just been basically exploitation. And my mother died, and I signed her death certificate. I've got this. I've got this. I'm holding it up to the camera on my live stream. I signed. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm really sorry to interrupt you, but I won't be able to. Oh, hold on, something's coming. Yeah, I won't be able to go through all of this in a lot of detail today, unfortunately.
Sorry.
But, is it? No, that's okay.
Sorry, I was just. Sorry, I get a bit angry and heated.
No, that's okay. All I was going to do was just get you booked in for an appointment. So are you available on Thursday? If I give you a call at 4 o'clock.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
So I'll go through everything. Sorry to have to cut you short, but it's quite close to the end of the day. I've got a few calls to make, and I wanted to. What we'll do is I'll book you in for about an hour, so you have an hour with us.
Okay.
And I'll be able to go. We'll be able to go through everything in as much detail as you need. Okay. So we're just obviously we're discussing the risk of homelessness. That's what it's about. Okay.
Yes.
So I'll give you a call Thursday at 4 o'clock. I'll call you on this number. In the meantime, I'm sure I'll be able to figure out why there's nothing in the system yet for you. So it might be that they need to create a file because I know they create a file when you make a homeless application. So
Thank you.
I'll give you a call on Thursday at 4 o'clock. And we'll go through everything, and we'll go through what kind of support we can offer you. Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Sorry, sorry. My battery is just. It doesn't actually surprise. It really doesn't surprise me because the last housing officer, I've had fraudulent Section 184s typed up by some of these housing officers that I would refer to as frauds actually because of what they've. How it's just been. I've been a victim of the corruption, and
okay, sorry, I'm going to have to.
Yeah.
Sorry to cut you short. I'm going to have to go, unfortunately.
Sorry.
We'll have more time no, that's okay. It's not a problem. We'll have more time on Thursday.
and we can go through, obviously we can go through your housing situation. So I'll give you a call Thursday at 4 o'clock, okay?
Thank you very much. I do appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you take care. I'll speak to you then.
Thank you, you too. Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks. Bye. Bye. Wow. Well, you know what? I reckon I've just had a result because of this and because of you. Having viewers, do you know what I mean? But this is something they should be doing anyway. Did you hear what he said? There's nothing on the system. There's no file. There's no file for me. I wonder why. Those housing officers that I dealt with, John Tutty no longer works at Eastbourne Borough Council. He works in Sainsbury's. That woman from BHT that you heard me speaking to, now she sounded all lovely, didn't she? You listened to those phone calls. And who is the sado who reported me to her saying that I was making videos? Because she knew I was making videos. She looked all very distressed. You can see it in the eyes, just like David, the caseworker for Caroline Ansell MP. You can see the distress in the eyes. But it's who is actually willing to go the extra mile, because what was her name? Lorraine Blackwell from BHT. I tell you, she's all not. What is being nice if you're just going to be all sweet and polite but fob people off? That's what she did. She said, I didn't give you permission. I said, I told you in the phone call that I was live streaming and you were okay with it. And so was David. And she said, I can't help you unless you take it down. Well, I exhausted myself printing out all those bank statements for her for nothing then. And I still need to get help from Law Stop. But the last housing officer, I could be here forever telling you, Robert Haig. He doesn't work for Eastbourne Borough Council anymore. He cried for me at the council. And guess what? Guess what? He took the word of these low-life degenerates that I recorded attacking me and the neighbours complaining about them. And he told Lorraine Blackwell that they said it was me. The staff at Eastbourne Borough Council behave like children. My partner's sister used to work for Lewis Council. The reason why she doesn't work for them anymore is because they were considered lower than Eastbourne Borough Council. That is how snobbish and narcissistic Eastbourne Borough Council are, that they can even look down upon their sister council, Lewis, because they've merged as one. Well, Darren's sister, it was her birthday yesterday. She's a year younger than me. It's my birthday in 2 weeks. Darren's sister, she probably not a good idea if I say where she works, because I want to respect their privacy, even though I'm not in contact with them. But she was bullied at, well, so I suppose it's okay to say where she used to work. She was bullied at Glyndebourne, and then to find out that when I heard that she was working for Lewis Council, East Sussex County Council, I thought, crumbs, I'll be interested to hear. John Tutty was a housing officer who now works at Sainsbury's. He told me he had bipolar and that he'd slept rough. I phoned him while there was a leak in the kitchen. Even the plumber had said to me, don't worry, Bryony, it's not your fault. The washer on the tap has gone. There were leaks. There was everything. There there was a Filipino couple who had a problem with Maybug sores. She was on steroids because of that. She then got a UTI because of this disgusting junkie who left human feces around he was absolutely disgusting. Mop the floor and he'd walk in and leave mud everywhere, leave food. It was like a bomb had gone off in the place. There were also, not only were there bed bugs, there were dust mite things. There were several leaks, but when I rang John Tutty to say that he said, "Don't worry, Bryony, I've got you on the phone now." The disgusting mother and daughter, and the mother, the landlady, was an ex-head teacher. This is Cavendish Place for you. Karen, 44 Cavendish Place, Karen and Felicity. You are disgusting. And I'm paying storage for other people's filth, including an incontinence pad and a hospital towel, because I told you that I had a medical hoarding problem since my mother had died. You disgusting, filthy creatures. You changed the locks because I complained on behalf of the Filipino couple when Beth was covered in body sores. I went up to Beachy Head in the snow with a duvet, and that PC Franklin Lester had turned up. Even the solicitor that I reported to the Solicitors Regulation Authority said he's a bully, that he picks on the vulnerable. I have seen it and heard, as most people wouldn't be able to deal with one thing that I've been through. I have seen so much. My eyes have been opened up to so much. That's probably why I'm still here, because it's getting bloody interesting, if nothing else. Do you know what I mean? I just think, you know, my mother protected me from so much. And I think it's because of you and my perseverance. But when they know people are watching, I made sure they knew that, because people don't like to be recorded, do they? They don't like to be filmed. But if you've got nothing to hide, you won't mind, will you? I've got nothing to hide. Anyway, thank you so much for thank you, Brian and Warrior Wales. You want to move to Mexico? Oh, why is that? I'm stunned how the UK have gone this way. I find it very frightening, very frightening. I said 5 years ago that even if Caroline Ansell was to go out of her way and help me, and that was 5 years ago, before I went through all this torture, all these people are coming over here, these illegal immigrants and asylum seekers. Where the hell are they going to put them? It's a tiny island. There are people dying on the streets, veterans. I find it too depressing. I don't care about these degenerates. They don't deserve a roof over their head. These are individuals who are inhuman, who don't care what they do. They put shit in the bin. They tear the place down. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo. They use crocodile tears. I've got no time for them. They're idiots. I've had my kids taken away from me. I don't care about them. I care about their poor children. Imagine having that for a parent. Got no time for them. They don't deserve to have a roof over their heads. It's the people that really are vulnerable and the veterans that go to war, kill people, and we won't, and the government say, yeah, join the army, kill people, and when you come back, we will just leave you to die on the streets. Yeah, okay, whatever. Why don't their own governments, I'm sorry, I don't mean to sound like a thicko here, but why don't their own governments help them? I don't understand it. We're a small country, a little island. I don't understand it. But I have to unapologetically fight for my rights. And anyway, thank you so much for for I don't, whether I have an audience or not, I don't mind anyway, because I'm putting this on here for my own sort of like evidence. Do you know what I mean? And whoever watches it, if you want to watch it, you can watch it. I'm not asking to, do you know what I mean? But it's nice that, oh, thank you, Brian. Love. Well, I about the birthday thing, it's that number thing. I know it's just a number, but it's like it's a big number. And I don't have friends and family, and it's painful. I'm carrying pain that I'm trying to, do you know what I mean? That I'm hiding. Never have a birthday with mind control. No need to say, yeah, mind control. I'm a dad, Bryony, or as my daughter says, such an old fart. Then a bunch of Eddie Murphy jokes about me. Apparently I'm so old farts. I fart dust. That's funny. That is funny. My partner doesn't even like me saying the word fart. He's okay doing it though. Gosh. He doesn't like me saying devil. He won't let me doesn't like me saying the word devil. Even though he's making me call him terrible things now and say that he's like the devil. It's an OCD thing. And I'm like, but my mother used to say the word fart. Don't tell me that it's a bad word when my mother said the word fart. Yeah, but I don't like the word. It's not a swear word. He doesn't like me even bloody. But crumbs, if he suddenly lost it and said the F word. Yeah, well, anyway, I'm do you know what I mean? I'm at that point now of saying the person who loves you, who strengthens your faith, can also be the person who breaks you, might make you kill yourself, and you end up calling them the devil. His mum said, "Oh, it's like he was sent to you. Where have they been? There's been no card, no." I do all the you know, put on my airs and graces for them, but I can't tell them, like, do you know what I mean? Anyway, that is funny. It's the sort of joke that I would make. Your birthday close to my friend, R.I.P. But oh, I'm sorry. 83 on the 20th of March. I'm sorry. My mother would be 84. My mother was 84 on the 2nd of would be. She died in 2009. But my mother would have been 84 on the 2nd of December. Why did the previous housing officer call police, i.e. section? No, sorry, I'm not sure what the previous housing officer was Robert Haig. I recorded a licensee saying that the staff had enough of me and that they were working with the council to get me sectioned. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. It's believable, but they were idiots anyway. She then assaulted me. They were just idiots. They just, they don't suffer with mental health. Well, they probably they do, but they just. This is someone I overheard saying, "Oh, I assaulted someone in a car park, but don't worry, my solicitor's going to get me off the hook." They come out of prison. Prison just seems to be a holiday camp for them. Someone said that. They were talking about that on the Jeremy Vine show. I meant to tell my partner this. And they cut the man off early because he was saying something about COVID, the C word, saying that he was saying something, I think it was about school children or something, and then they cut him off. They said, "Oh, sorry, I think we're getting off topic now," and they cut him off. But they were saying the discussion was, do criminals, the prisons are full up, and they keep reoffending, and they're talking about, they put them in these bloody places and they do what they like, and then the police arrest me for doing what they told me to do, which was to record their antisocial behaviour. I mean, my gosh, my mum and they've picked the wrong person because they've picked a whistleblower. I'm someone who complains about smoking in bus shelters and cycling on the bloody promenade where it says no cycling, and people go zooming past. And it was in the paper a few years ago that a 3-year-old got hit by a hit-and-run cyclist. Have they ever heard of the highway, the highway code, cycling code thing? Honestly, I just it's either going to make or break me, but I'm like very close to. Do you know what I mean, though? I said that even if Caroline Ansell was to help me, I could still kill myself. I've got emotional issues, estranged family issues, and I've never known anything like it, though. You ask for help at a basic level, and careful, GDPR. Data protection. What did I say that was, where did I go wrong with that? Awaken spirit, faith, and end times. What did I say, do you think, that could have got me into trouble regarding GDPR? Because sometimes I just do a lot of talking and let it all come out. That's progress for you, Bryony. Yes. I hit the button with my cardboard I am ripping up by accident. Warrior Wales, you hit the button with your cardboard I'm ripping up by accident. Sorry, what are you ripping? I hit the button with my cardboard. He was a good laugh and he loves people, just celebrating the person life then being sad. Sorry, what were we talking about here? Sorry. That's an appointment on Thursday at 4 p.m. We used to wind each other up. Now I wind up the establishment. Sorry, what was that? What was that? Warrior Wales. Sorry. Have I missed something here? What did I say with about GDPR? What? Who did you wind up? Sorry, I've missed something here. Something's gone over my. Oh, your friend. Sorry, your friend. I'm sorry about your friend. and I'm sorry if I'm not very good at showing, I'm not very good at showing sympathy or. He was a good laugh, and he loves people. He loved people, just celebrating the person. I'd like to wind up the establishment. Well, actually, you know what I mean. I just want to get what's the word? Justice, as it were. Do you know where you're going on Thursday? I think he said I think he said he would phone me on Thursday for an hour. He didn't actually say where I need to go. Ian Broadhurst, 1 bar of soap, 1 bog roll, and a bucket hard labour that will stop them from reoffending. Yes. Well, yeah, that's right, Ian. I feel strange saying, because that's my estranged father's name. Speaking of which, I think there was something called Celtic to do with what's in the sea in Ireland, and the first name that came up, I think it was director, and it had my father's name, which is Ian McCarthy. So I was walking home yesterday. Sorry, I'm going off on one here. But I was walking, and I smiled to myself because I went to a Catholic primary school, and in assembly we had a Father McCarthy, and the children used to say, "Is he your dad?" And I was like, "No." And priests don't have children. Well, they're not meant to anyway. But yes. Oh, bless you. It's so nice to have. It's so nice to have this support, because without being emotional, it's you're doing what a family should do, what friends should do, showing that support. But yes, no, Ian, you're right, because my late mother said, when we used to talk about antisocial people, she used to say, "Oh, put them in the army, go and put them in a war somewhere, and then that'll sort them out." What really gets me about these idiots, though, is I used to be sort of what you might think is a snob. I'm not a snob. I mean, the snobs treat me like I'm a lowlife, but to these idiots, I've got a silver spoon in the mouth. Do you know what I mean? I even heard that idiot say that before I realised she was an idiot. No, this is after I realised she was an idiot. But I give people a chance, because we've all come from different walks of life, but I've never known anything like it. These people go out of their way to do the hell what they like. I very nearly said to that call handler, but I didn't want to say it because I didn't want to sound silly. Have you ever seen Disney's Pinocchio? Well, if you haven't, just Google it. When Pinocchio goes to Pleasure Island, where all the boys are doing the hell what they like. They're smashing windows, being bad's a lot of fun. And, he's smoking a cigar, drinking alcohol, smashing things up, being what I thought boys were. That's what they were doing. They were ripping the cupboards off and every time I changed cupboards, I put a bike chain round it. They'd rip that one off. I told the staff this at Charles Lucas Property Management. Oh, we know about your videos. I said, oh, good. Right, thanks a lot for letting us know. Is there anything I can get you? I'll get you a kettle. I'll get you this. I'll get you that. And then in the next minute, it helps me to do my impressions. John, do you have a nice something? Do you know, John, a nice something? John's had enough of you. And he's working with... John and Justin have had enough of your text messages. You're now working with the council. You get you sectioned. Yes, I'm an effing nutcase. I'm an effing spastic. Okay. Oh, gosh. I'm bereaved. I'm ill. I'm not one of these demented nutcases. I don't put human feces in the bin, and I don't expect a cleaner to threaten me with a punch in the face when I tell them about it. I feel my camera is dirty just from taking a... I don't like touching my camera just for the fact that I took a picture of human feces in the bin. Do you know what I mean? I've got... My eczema was flaring up really badly. So was my undiagnosed OCD, because I was scrubbing myself red raw. Do you know what I mean? Anyway, it's good being a nutcase. The rest of the world is wrong. That's right. Oh, but I've never known anything like it though. I'd rather laugh about it though. Anyway, we've got a result. That's the main thing. Thank you so much, champion. Yes. As Sarah Milliken says. But yeah, do tell Dan. I'm gonna... Well, I could text him, but I'm a bit... don't know if I should or not. But that video, because I did watch a couple of videos. I was going to comment, but I just been feeling so drained. But I'm going to fight. I am going to look for that dictaphone recording. There's just so much crap on there. These nutcases. That if I can find that, I will play it to Dan. I would like to play it to Dan. Because if that's a hate crime, then I've got staff that you know they've created all this. Excuse my French, all this shit. They can clean it up. I'm sorry, I don't naturally swear to other people. Well, I'm not swearing to you. You're an audience, but I wasn't brought up to swear. My partner doesn't even like me saying the word fart, so. It's funny that you've said the word fart. But I really can't. I don't want to be... I've been very personal about myself. I didn't want to air my dirty laundry on YouTube. But I really can't take any more of his... It's nasty. Maybe he is extremely sensitive, but so am I. And he's got two parents who are still alive. He's 13 years older than me. And he's behaving like a little boy. He starts screaming. He went on his way to the barber. And he said he was walking so fast or running that he fell over. And he grazed himself here and on his knees. And he said, oh, it was horrible. I felt like crying. I said, oh, but he was able to laugh about it, and so was I. And I laughed, made a joke about it, but I also, comforted him and put ointment on his. I put £4 tube of Savlon on him because I use it for my own bits and pieces. And but then he just started screaming. I mean, I shouldn't really be sharing this information, but I had to apologise to reception, and I nearly felt like crying. And he leaves me in this suicidal state. He'd only been back here for 6 days. I hadn't seen him for over a month. And Juliet thinks he opened my mail, and I'm going out of my mind because I think he's gaslighting me with the. It's too late for me to ring the ESA line now, but they're saying they want me to pay back. It's insane. All of this is absolutely insane. You could get a load of money and a lighter and just burn it all. I've got a lovely big look at the size of this hotel room. I mean, I've got a lot of clutter over there, but it's big. And I've got one of those lovely old-fashioned baths that's like, like one of those Victorian baths. I'm 6 foot tall and I'm able to immerse myself fully, which is nice. But I've got to ring ESA. I'm not relaxed. I'm not sleeping. I'm getting nightmares. I'm getting both nightmares and struggling to sleep. And so when my partner sort of like, we're not like normal people. We're not your average people. We feel everything deeply, but he took that stupid caring role. I didn't need a carer. I needed a caring person. You know, a cup of tea and a nice and someone who's sympathetic is all very well. But if people aren't doing what they should be doing, they wonder why everyone's stressed and why nobody gets sleep and all that. Because you just want basic things done. You know, when you've got someone on the phone who says, "Oh, yes, I'll get this and that done for you today." You feel like a ton has been lifted because someone has done what they should be doing anyway. I haven't contacted Law Stop. No, I didn't want to say what law firm it was, but Legal Aid. They weren't going to help me to get my money back. They were going to do for me what should be done anyway. Just liaise with the council. It's insane. Do you know? This is my passport. In here is my passport. To prove I was born in this bloody country, but if I was an illegal immigrant, I would. Do you know what I mean? And I treasure this note from a girl, a sweet girl, on the bed opposite, who was appalled to see a cleaner in the psychiatric unit treat me like dirt. She said, "Why won't she leave you alone?" And when I told her about the patient that assaulted me, she said, "Oh, yeah, everyone's golden girl." They were behaving like juvenile delinquents, like the idiots in the temporary accommodation. They were running up and switching the lights on when I was trying to sleep in a psychiatric hospital. I went to the office. It's like a school. It's like being in a girls' dormitory where there's no law, where there's no order, and the staff don't care. You go to the office, you knock on the door, they're shoving you out, slamming the door in your face, sitting there with their feet up. I said they're switching the lights on and running away, and this idiot that was doing this came up, slapped me in the face, and I turned to the nurse in charge and I said, "You've just witnessed that. But they assaulted me. Read this article, right?" I did, yeah. Bryony still has to fight her depression. She's now taking NVQ level 3 in caring. Well, I never took the NVQ in the end because it's all bollocks like everything, excuse my French, while working at a residential home. I was bullied by a matron and it made me physically sick. The abuse I got in the psychiatric unit was worse. And I signed in sick to the care home because I once took an overdose of my antidepressants. That stupid woman, that deputy manageress said, "Oh, you're a big girl now. You don't need your mother calling in sick for you." Well, Bryony McCarthy, who suffers from depression, went through some hard times at school and college, but she refused to give up. I wish I had right now the front page headline of the Seaford Gazette a year after this article that says, "My daughter bullied so badly at Seaford Head she was suicidal." And the bit where about my mother's letter. She wrote in, and that was a headline about me. And then, but just a few years ago, I mentioned in the Eastbourne Herald as a missing woman, and the police have found me. But it doesn't say that the police assaulted me. And then last summer, I mentioned in the Eastbourne Herald as beating the police. I just, how people can allow this to happen and then say, you need to take responsibility. You. I'm never me. Oh, you dare tell them. You dare ever. These covert narcissists. It's like being in a church. It's you. You're the sinner. You're the one in the wrong. You're the one with the mental health problem. I'm the nurse. I'm the priest. I'm the goody two-shoes. I'm never in the wrong. It's all about fear and control. And I've had enough. I'm not listening to my partner anymore. Who cares if you say God or Jesus? He knows what's in our hearts. I'm not Jewish. Darren's not Jewish. I said God from the start. He knows who. Jehovah. Who cares? Jehovah means master of mischief. It's a Freemason bullshit. Who cares? I've been saying Yahweh. Darren even laughed at me, even though, because I said the word Kodesh, holy. Hebrew word for holy. He's the one who's brought me to this. Oh God. Oh, sorry. My head is hurting. Hate crime is perspective, just like I know it's all PC rubbish, but I'm going to use it to my advantage. Well, this is what's really painful. Better off without my partner. Yeah, well, this is what is really hurting me. I know I need to quit caffeine. I recall a bit of Pinocchio. I think that talking to a brick wall get you better since the system robots. Yes, it can be hard to make sense of it at all times. There's no such thing as good or any other like it. Yes. Yeah. Well, the last part of this article says good things come out of bad. So you learn to understand and accept yourself. You come out of it stronger and able to handle being alone just as well as being with others. I did that for my careers advisor friend, but even he has let me down. People just keep, he won't like me saying this, but if he's seen this or if he knows about this, but I did this as a favour to my careers advisor friend at college. I've got to be careful. There's something I would really like to say, but it's too rude or. But it's one of those things I want to be honest about, but also have to be careful. He wasn't actually there for me when I like, you know, when you really need a friend. He was the one who found me these thigh-high boots to wear to the Adamant convention because I was doing the Puss in Boots look. I'm even wearing an Adamant t-shirt there. It's an Antlib t-shirt. It's the convention t-shirt. And I wanted it as part of my get-up. But having size 11 feet as a female, yeah, and finding thigh-high leathered boots when you don't have the internet is like finding a needle in a haystack. But he, being a Londoner, seemed to know, well, actually, he knew of an adult shop in London and he took me there. And I got my first thigh-high boots when I was 22. So I suppose this was a sort of like in return for because in the article that this is saying that my careers advisor helped me. Well, I don't want to be rude, but I didn't really get careers advice. But he really did me a favour. He found me these thigh-high boots and I let him buy them for me. And I thanked him. I said, no, I've got a job. I can pay for them. You know, I can afford £120, which it's not. That's all right for it. That's quite fairly reasonable for real leather thigh-high boots. But he insisted, and he bought them for me. And but then he taught me self-defense. But then he said to me, "Bring your thigh-high boots to make you feel confident." But I knew that it was because he wanted to see me in them, and because, well, why does, yeah. Well, anyway, what I'm trying to say is, it's just, I just feel that he'd always say to me, wear them because they make you feel confident. And I think I don't need to wear them when we're doing self-defense. He'd teach me some self-defense and I was quite good at it. But he always wanted me to wear the boots, bring them as well. When I really needed a friend, though, when I had all that crap, oh God, when I had all that crap in the flat, my mother died and everything. And he texted me one time and he said, look, he got quite annoyed. Well, one time he was waiting for me outside and he drove back all the way to Brighton. He said, it's my Sunday off. I have been waiting for a long time for you. I thought, oh, that's odd. He said, sorry, Bridie, but I just got fed up waiting for you. But my mother had died. I had this hoarding and clutter problem, and I didn't have any friends. And in the end, he texted me to say, I'm not going to be taken advantage of. And then this is something that actually had been in my mind about him, because I felt the only time that he wanted to see me was to do self-defense with the thigh-high boots. And it's one of those things where you think the self-defense really is good for me. That's what I need. But he wants more from me. And he even told my mother that he liked me as more than just a friend. But I didn't like him as more than just a friend. So I think that then that text message, finally, I said, well, I'm not going to be taken advantage of. But he, I think it's one of those things where you kind of, I was going through this phase in my life, the whole adamant thing of fantasizing and playing a character, a superheroine, the black leather, the barbed wire look is what I went for in the end, into my 20s. We've gone for a long way from Puss in Boots and Dick Whittington to barbed wire, Pamela Anderson, and then this sort of sexualized look, which is programming, because I noticed I saw it's a change of character over the years. But people, one thing I've noticed with people is they tend to say, I'm going to help you with this. This is for your benefit, but they're getting something out of it as well. And that is what really, really gets to me. And that's why I've realised that some of these people I had respect for, like John Patterson's ex-power of attorney, this 71-year-old man he'd gone to Scotland Yard with Sussex police were out of their jurisdiction. They were outside the Royal Courts of Justice. They grabbed this man. Or was it when he went to Scotland Yard? But anyway, the Ministry of Defence zoomed him down to the psychiatric unit where I was and where all these people were, and everybody's got their crazy, ridiculous situations. Some people really are mentally ill, and some people are just homeless, and some people have had their children taken, and some people have family members that are jealous, that get them sectioned. Believe me, I've seen a lot. And it's a real eye-opener. Let me tell you that. It's an eye-opener. But John Patterson's power of attorney, Andy Devine, I realised I was nearly part of a cult. He called me sister. What do I do? What must you never do with a cult leader? Question their behaviour. Why were you aggressive to me? Why did you use the C word? Why did you ask me about my dictaphone recordings? Why? Oops, I've asked too many questions. Now I'm being blocked. So I was sister. I even said he referred to John Patterson as his brother, but he dropped him as quickly as he could. So how do we know who we can and can't trust? We don't know. There was a woman who was married to her husband, happily married, truly deeply in love. And she had no idea that her husband, who loved her very much, and they were very deeply in love, had been murdering. He'd been murdering prostitutes. He'd been murdering prostitutes because he had a hatred of them. But he came home to his wife at the end of the day, all loving and sweet and lovely. You wouldn't know. And he was the actual medical definition of a sociopath. He was a serial killer, murderer, murdering because he had a hatred of prostitutes, all these vulnerable women. And his wife had no idea. Can you imagine? So, of course, my mind is flying a bit with my partner. How can he be so gentle? How can all these people... How can he do what he's done and at the same time say to me, this is my partner, my current partner, be so disgusted with what has been done to me? He saw the live stream of me being attacked in the early hours, but he didn't do anything. But he's always saying, you know, encouraging me with prayers and what's going to happen. But to scream and shout at me and say, before storming out of here, oh God. Sorry, I've got a headache now. I haven't had much sleep. I'm just reading what I'll read the comments. Oh, I think I need to lie down. I'm tired. No such thing as good or any other like it. Yeah, what is, well, that's why the Freemasons do that evil thing of good is evil, evil is good. Rubbish. You got a result and do text Dan, he will be following it. Yeah, I just, I'm not part of the PC brigade, but I'm going to use that to my advantage. If it's a hate crime to call someone a spastic, I'm going to use it. I'm going to get them. I'm going to just, they've taken the what's it out of me. I'm going to take the what's it out of them. You can message Tina too, can't you? Yes, well, I really have to, I really need to do that. I really do need to email her because she's the one who knows about all this, you know, nonsense that she's the person. I mean, I've exhausted all avenues. And if she deals with unlawful detaining and benefits and housing and all the, this is one of the most corrupt councils, and probably why there are so many vulnerable people in this town, because they're evil. Someone who locks up the library actually said to me about a few years ago, he said to me, he was locking up the library, which is next door to the council. He said, do you think the Illuminati are in Eastbourne? Have you noticed the signs? Well, I mean, I did actually, there was a photography shop with a picture of a little girl doing the satanic, Masonic, that hand gesture. And I have seen a picture of the local Freemason lodge with children sitting in those disgusting occult chairs. And then I think of that story, that woman in America who said she survived satanic ritual abuse where the druids were murdering children. I know that's in America, though. That's one of those big lodges. Crumbs, though. I knew a Freemason, and I just saw the local lodge had a picture of children sitting in those chairs with the checkered floor, and it just made me think of that woman who said that she had a flashback to a memory when she was 3 years old, where they laid her out on a table and put things inside her, stripped her naked, and the little boy was, there was a little boy who was, I don't want to, it's too graphic and gory, but they murdered him, and she said they put her body inside a carcass and they saw the little boy being, she actually saw the demon that they sort of chanted this demon out of him. She saw black smoke like a demon, and they do these, she remembers the ornate lodge and the aprons that they wear. And but if you've been a brownie girl guide in, as I have in this country, that not, they don't do this in America in the brownies, but in brownies in this country, it's a Masonic satanic witchcraft ritual that we do, initiation blindfolded, and the mirror is to do with disassociation because it's the self, and it's the owl, the wise owl. Remember the owl that Walt Disney used? They had a stuffed taxidermy owl, and then you do the you do this Ishtar sort of the oath, because when you say the Queen, you're not talking about the Queen of England. You're talking about Ishtar, Esther, their goddess. I've learned so much over the past 5 years. It's mind-blowing. Absolutely mind-blowing. I can't stick to the point because there's so many there's so many things I've learned, and I like to talk about it because it's I find it fascinating. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I was just reading the comments about yeah, my careers advisor, cars and garages. No, it's all right. I know what you're saying. Crinkle. I haven't heard from this Crinkle chap yet. I think that's probably over with. I hope nobody thought. Oh, I'm not going to. No, it's all right. Oh, I see, Brian. You're concerned that someone might be another version of Mr. That person. Yeah, I know I should. I'm talking about things I shouldn't really be talking about. I know. I'm just. I've got to be careful because I say what I'm feeling and what I'm thinking, and I'm being too personal. This is what it's done though. I'm a broken person, so I'm saying things I shouldn't really be saying. When I talk about my partner, I'm being too personal. If I'm talking about someone who's supposed to be a friend, it's different. But when it's an intimate relationship, like my partner's talking about emotional abuse, the only reason why I'm bringing it up is because I haven't been supported from any source, and I'm close to go. So yeah, yeah. And I've been to all the mental health people. Those people make me sick though, because they contributed to all of this. As I said, they used fear and control. They've left me traumatized. That's why I was saying what I was saying earlier. Yes, sorry that I oh, I see. Sorry, I've just read. I hope I haven't encouraged anything that I shouldn't. I just I know perhaps it's not a good idea to talk about in the way that I talk about things, but well, I was the one who dressed the way I did, provocatively at the gigs, but I just psychoanalyzing things because I find it fascinating to psychoanalyze things. You know, whatever, really. Oh, I hope I haven't caused a disagreement or anything in the chat. I'd like to say, sorry. I hope I haven't. Well, I appreciate sort of, you know, all of what you're saying, but all of the people in the chat. I'm just, perhaps I should say certain things. I'm just psychoanalyzing. I'm doing a lot of psychoanalyzing. No, Bryony doesn't have a car. No, Bryony doesn't know how to drive. But no, it's okay. I shouldn't. I was talking about things of a nature that maybe I shouldn't. I did dress provocatively for the gigs, and the point that I'm making is it got more and more. Oh, I've got a pain in my side. Ooh. Oh. Oh. Sorry, just suddenly got a shooting pain. Oh. Oh, it's probably not from not having any sleep. But yeah, no, I psychoanalyze things because I say to my partner that my generation, the millennials, that's anyone born after 1980. I didn't realize that made me a millennial until recently. So I got a pain in my side. I think my generation, we've had a lot of that pop culture sexualization, haven't we? My generation, and I think it's been sort of programmed into us to you know, like these MK Ultra victims. I've looked at them and I've thought, crumbs, I've gone a bit that way myself, because I started off looking fairly innocent, and now like with the Adamant conventions, it started off with nice Victorian nightie cut to look like a shirt, like the New Romantics, and the whole Puss in Boots thing. And then I went to the barbed wire thing. Then I went sort of like these modern pop stars, chain bra, chains, you know, whip and handcuffs and everything that looks really kinky, and stockings and suspenders. And I was wearing the leather when I first met Adamant, but I don't want to know what he was thinking when I was wearing all of that, or what I wasn't wearing. It does look like attention seeking, but that's what it's all about. That's what dressing up and the New Romantics were about, all of that. But yeah, no, but I think you know, the whole self-empowerment thing that modern women are made to feel like, oh, you have to be like this. It's all programming within programming. And the point that I'm making with my careers advisor friend and other people who know me is they'll try and help me and engage in my fantasies, which are more like disassociation. But they're trying to get something from it themselves, and all that's that's it. I hate to say it, but it's the narcissism in people. They're getting what they can get, and some of them will take it to another level of abuse. Where I'm not saying that my careers advisor friend did this. He genuinely. And I encourage things like I talked about these fantasies where I'm a self-empowered, powerful woman and I'm dressed the way that I am. But I realize now because I haven't had the help with mental health, it's just as well because I've worked it out for myself that it's all trauma based. It's disassociation, it's escapism. That's why in the classroom, I was the one who was always the daydreamer. So I wasn't even listening when our headmaster used to blether on with an apple in his hand about doom and gloom in assembly, and the children would go home and say, do you know what he's been saying? You know what I mean? And my mum would say, well, thank goodness Brian, he switches off. Because I'd be like, oh, daydreaming. Yeah, so I'd walk home from school, secondary school. I'd walk home and I'd be fantasizing about Lord of the Dance, Michael Flatley. And I'd imagine myself on stage and I'd imagine this scenario. Because, Michael Flatley was one of my idols. And it's he was my first kiss on the lips when I was 14. And the boys at school said, oh, he's a paedophile. And I'd say, oh, you're just jealous. Because he's talented and he's a man and you're just a silly boy. Silly boys. But so you make bullying work for you at times like that. But I've always been a dreamer, but people do take advantage. The people that help us can also be bad for us. That's what I'm trying to say. And I didn't realize you can be in a cult with just one person, your partner. I don't want that though. I truly believe, excuse me, I truly believe that my partner has helped me. I don't know if we're living in the truth or not. But when he came in, when he did, I gave up adamant. Because it's still idolatry. Idolatry, whether it's satanic or not, it wasn't healthy for me to chase after. Because Darren wasn't wrong. I was chasing after air. It wasn't doing anything for me. You look at all the people who have mental health problems at gigs, who go and see their idols. So many of them come from abused backgrounds. It's escapism. But the stuff that Adamant was into, he's an MK Ultra victim. His dad was a paedophile, part of the Dolphin Square. He was part of the same paedophile ring as the murderer Sidney Cook, who murdered a boy. And Adamant's grandfather was a Freemason, and all the MK Ultra programming and the Baphomet stuff. It's all really it's physically sickening once you see through the whole, oh, he's my Prince Charming, you know, my childhood. Oh, I finally found a Prince Charming here. No, it's not like that. So, and people do take advantage of your spiritually or, you know, psychologically. Sorry, I've just gone off on one. I've still got a pain in my side. Well, if you want to dress a certain way, it's your business only. Some people's minds are just dirty no matter what goes in. I know. Wow. Well, I think, yeah, but I mean, I was saying to my partner the other day, oh, I've got a pain. God, sorry, I might have to end this. If I have to suddenly end this, it's because I'm in pain. I'm sorry. I was after an Adam Ant gig in Leicester. I had a boy that was young enough to be my son, probably. He looked like there's no way he was any more than 18. He looked like a young teenager actually. He's had his hand almost brushing on my thigh. He was touching me. I was wearing stockings and suspenders. I'd been offered a lift back, and the woman that was looking, she was looking down. I thought, I wonder if that's his mother. And I was thinking, please say something. Because I could feel that she knew what was going on, because he was like brushing the back of his hand against my thigh. And I felt like saying, will you get your hand away from my thigh? Thank you. But I somehow felt that I couldn't, because I was the adult. And I felt that if I did, I'd look bad. But that was actually assault. It is a form of sexual assault. But yeah, just because it's all on show, it doesn't mean, hey, you know, touch me, rape me, you know. It's still, I mean, even if a woman was to walk around stark, naked, it wouldn't mean, please rape me. Adam and Eve walked around naked as the way that our creator intended. That didn't mean, you know, that she meant, oh, please do what you like to me. But yeah, no, it's interesting, isn't it? You know, you don't go to a naturist park, you know, where all the naked people are, and see women getting touched and raped, do you? Sorry, I've just gone off on one. This whole live stream, I'm just blithering now. I know, I don't know how I look, but saying all this stuff. But who cares? Who cares? Yeah, well, thank you, Ian. I'll let you say that. I do need a good, you know what? I think it might even hurt just to do that, though. No, it's down. It's in my side. It's where my kidneys are. So the wind needs to come out that end. Trying to sound like a lady. I almost got born into the millennial age. Ah, so you're a little bit older than me then, Brian. Maybe after crinkle come more crinkles. I'm just saying, don't assign sexual connotations after what crinkle done. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. No, I know what you mean. Yeah. I mean, I know you might think, oh, maybe I'm encouraging it by talking like this. I've just gone off on one. Just, yeah. I think I had to. I felt the need to express myself provocatively, because there's no way in a million years I would go anywhere dressed in stockings, suspenders, and a chain bra. Because I was also trying to make it look like a stage costume, because I bought the chain bra in Camden, and it was an actual bra that had studs on it, metal studs, but I sewed on extra chains to make it look, I mean, you know, if you've always had that idea, I've got an imagination. I've never wanted to. I don't want to be famous. Okay, I'm glad I didn't go down that route. And my mother tried to get me into child modelling, because I was spotted by what do you call them, model scouts when I was about 8 years old in the Natural History Museum. But I'm so glad I didn't do that. Now I know what I know, and given the fact that I have been assaulted as a child, I've been touched up. So was my mother. Didn't affect me, but I've got an imagination. I'm able to actually laugh about those things, believe it or not, and so could my mother, because we had a weird sense of humour. But I like dressing up. I like expressing myself. It's all in here. I've got an imagination, and I draw. I've been doing drawing a lot as a child, and as an adult, I like drawing. I liked drawing women that I wanted to look like. So, do you know what? If I could do the things my mother could, I designed a jacket for the Adamant convention. I was nominated one of the best dressed. I'm not showing off. I'm saying that my mother was brilliant at a seamstress. And Adamant, if my mother was alive, she'd love to hear this, because my mother made some of my beauty. She was going to make me an Anne Boleyn costume. She also has a pattern for my wedding dress, if I ever get married. And I want to honour that to her. I'll have to find someone else to make it. But Adamant's mother actually sewed a sleeve of the Queen, which would have interested my mother, because my mother, as I said, she made clothes. And my mum even painted the Queen for her coronation, and her lady in waiting sent it back. So there's a lot of arty-fartiness between me and my late mother, but I always put myself down because I couldn't make anything to save my life. I put myself down because my middle sister could draw from still life, whereas I just draw from the imagination. I'd imagine the New Romantics. I imagined people that didn't exist, only in my head, and I'd draw them. And I liked showing my sister. My sister is living as a man, but she's very much a punk, and she likes the heavy metal, nasty stuff though. But she introduced me to a lot of the pop stuff. But she was the one who got Adamant to write to me, because his punk friend worked across the road from our house. But I'm just an escapist. That's all I am. So I'm going for one, really. I really do appreciate you looking out for me on here. I really, really do, because I'm so used to attracting weirdos and people who want to chat me up. But I don't want you to think I'm a snowflake, though, because you know, as I said, I'm used to it. I've heard it. I have it all the time. I'm just fed up with it. And you know, I'm not. You know, I'm like Dan. You know, I'm old fashioned. I'm old school. I'm all for smacking children. My mother used to smack me. I'm all for wolf whistles. And I don't mean this in a big-headed way, but I used to like them and stuff, you know. I'm just fed up with it, you know. It's like you get to a certain age where you sort of like, you want to keep away from all the, you know, it's like you don't want the, I can take it, I can handle it, I just don't want to hear it because I feel like shouting at people. I feel like shouting and swearing. And the thing about that crinkled chap, it wasn't his chatting up. It was the fact that it's not the time or the place. Do you know what I mean? I'm not a snowflake. It's just, it's not appropriate. And it was more his opinion about, it was the fact that he thinks it's okay for illegal immigrants to be put up. And I'm in this position where the council and the police have done all these things to me, forced me to sleep rough, not doing their basic duty, putting me through all this torture. And he thinks he could brazenly come on here to chat me up. That is what made me angry. So just so everyone's clear on that. So I'm glad I got that off my chest. Oh, that's right. Generation X. That's right. That's the one before mine, isn't it? Where are... Sorry. Let's just say I'm not... I recognise... Oh, it says it's hidden. I show all comments because anyone who's anything to do with me, there's nothing to hide. The only thing that really annoys me is people who mock my faith. Or there was someone who from Dan Police Abusing Powers who mocked me. It tried to insinuate that I was deluded. That makes me angry as well because everything I say is true. But anyone who wants to just sort of discourage my faith, that's the devil's work. That's evil. You know, don't discourage me from the only thing that I've got that's just about keeping me hanging in, from stopping me from killing myself. Do you know what I mean? You're entitled to your opinion, but don't try and, do you know what I mean? Discourage me. That's what I'm trying to say. It's things like that that really make my blood boil. But other than that, I can turn a, you know what I mean, turn a blind eye sort of thing. Do you think that because a few people are pedos that everyone is one? Well, you're not saying that crinkled chap is a... Are you saying that... No, I won't go there. No, I haven't eaten yet. No, I know. I haven't had much sleep, so I'm just a bit... Good thing for stomach pain like yours is plain hot water with a little lemon. I think it is a bit of... It's mostly gas, but it's where my kidney is, so it's that... Yeah, it's right there. It's, you know, that sharp pain. I need to go and sort that out. Mint is probably better as it settles the stomach. Yes. I think I've got a mint tea bag, actually. I'm not sure. Oh, no, peppermint. Same thing. That helps with wind. if I went round naked doesn't mean I'm going Frankfurter Festival. It means I am cooling down, lol. Yeah. I am the year 1979. Just before the millennials. Borderline. Well, I thought millennial meant, someone that might be born in the millennium, but no. I feel like my birthday card, millennium birthday card, was special though. I had a millennium birthday card, 18 in the millennium. How many people will get them? Only people born in 1982, and that's sort of gone now. I like these things that make you feel special though. Like there was a thing I shared on Facebook, a t-shirt that said, although a cross is pagan, it basically said women born in March are the best, I don't know, Christians or something or others, the most closest to God, or something like that. Anyway, something like that. And then there was a t-shirt that said, celebrating 40 years of 1982. I don't know, things like that, anything that's got that sort of neurotic thing going. Sometimes having a drink of water helps when speaking for a while, Bryony. Yes. I was supposed to ring ESA, and to be honest, I've been yakking for 3 hours again. This video once again was meant to be about at least, let's say, about 20 minutes long, just to get the phone call. But I'm just at least as maybe a prayer's been answered. I don't know, but that's progress. That is, yeah. Evening. Hi. Thank you for being here. I might bore people to death. Well, do you know what? Even if I bore people to death, I'm fascinated by the stories I have to tell. That's why I just keep repeating them over and over and over and over and over. Like I could just go on about them, and it probably does get boring. But my late mother was the one with the stories, the people that she met. Jean Kelly, when she worked at Woman's Magazine. Crumbs, if you've got a trumpet, blow it. But she was way too modest. I mean, I had the best of both worlds. I had some of my toys were made for me, and my clothes, and I had them bought for me. If I could make clothes the way my mother did, I'd have my own fashion line. But she put herself down, and I think I put myself down because I just wish I could do those things. I'm just waffling now. I'm feeling hungry, and here comes rice and peas. Yes. Healthy, isn't it? Hey there, rice and peas. There I am. Want some chicken with it. Too many people told the naked body is wrong. Never be ashamed of the body or what it looks like. Be proud to be naked. Yeah. And just be yourself. Sounds like you had a lot of fun back then, Bryony, dressing what we may now consider oddly, or as youth is just about what growing up is, going through all that, finding out who you are. Well, actually, I was 31 when I dressed like that. I can't do it now, though. I've got a bit of a cupcake there. No, muffin top. I want to get my abs back. Yeah. but I wasn't a teenager. I wasn't even in my 20s. So yes, it was. I tell you what, I didn't need to lose weight before doing it, because without being too graphic, it all just went. I go to the toilet and vroom, it all just fell right through because of my nerves, you know. Because I knew that I was going to be walking out that door onto the streets of London dressed like a prostitute. I don't know. It was underwear, stockings and suspenders, the shiny PVC ones, 7-inch platforms. But no, you know what it is though, because my generation have been brainwashed with this idea of, you know, the Mickey Mouse Club people. And I can relate to these MK Ultra victims because, you know, I started off with the sort of the bows in the hair and the flouncy shirts. I had a Victorian nightie that I used to wear to the Adamant conventions. And then all of a sudden I got to sexualize myself with a whip and chains. And, you know, it's just... someone once said, well, at least you did it. Yeah, but they don't see what goes on behind closed doors. I had a whip in one hand, my late mother's homemade jelly in one hand to give to Adamant at the Camden stables, and he left early because someone whipped off his beanie, which was his modesty. And that homemade jelly ended up inside a suitcase that it just went all sticky, and it became a tripping hazard in my small 1-bedroom flat where I was bereaved. I paid £200 to see Adamant and for a few minutes, and I go back to the hotel and cry my eyes out. It's not normal to get all dressed up like that. This is idolatry. People are putting their heart, souls, and money and everything into one person. That's idolatry. The Bible's not wrong. Even if my partner's been abusing me, even if everything is a lie, even if everything about the Bible is, even if our Heavenly Father didn't exist, it's true that idolatry, my partner still saved me from what was sucking the life out of me, which was Adamant. Do you know, I don't want to talk, I feel shame about, there was Adamant writing to me when he was making the Channel 4 documentary saying, don't feel ashamed about mental health. Look at what Sussex Police and Sussex Partnership have done to me. They've done nothing but make me feel ashamed. And then but then I was in this heightened, the next level up of idolatry was when Adamant reformed, and I'm chasing after him, and I don't know how to manage money, and I'm going a bit manic, and I'm starting to have an early midlife crisis because of what happened to me when I was a baby, which will have affected me if I was just a tiny baby and I slammed into a brick wall in the pram, and my eldest sister kept it a secret for so long, and my mother was like, oh, you could have damaged her. Yeah, all these things are going to, you know, and the violence between my parents, where my mother was going to kill my father was going to kill my mother, and she was worried that if she killed my father in self-defense, I'd be taken away, she'd be locked up. And I'm like, but I've had a very middle-class upbringing. And the mask, then the mask is coming off now. It's coming off. I the last 5 years have been mental and manic. And I don't want to say too much here, because I don't feel comfortable saying it. But they know, because and the way that I've been treated as a result of my breakdown, my mental breakdown, I'm fighting back. This is me fighting back. So thank you. Thank you so much for supporting me here, because I've been crying out for help before, and especially since my mother died, when I went a bit sort of funny in here. My mother was my soulmate. Yeah. So, yeah, thank you very much anyway for supporting me here. Excuse me. But yeah, I've loved dressing up since I was a child. I've got some funny stories about when we had wigs. I used to dress up as an old lady and use my grandma's walking sticks. And, you know, we had a grey wig, and we had several wigs. Yeah, dressing up is my mother, even I learned after my mother died that she dressed up as a gypsy with little flowers when I was about 2 years old, and she went knocking on doors trying to a friend. She did it for a laugh. I didn't know that, but we were funny enough, you know, a bit eccentric. It's good to be like that. But I think that's why I think, you know, because we don't, you know, you have to have you have to have a sense of humor and a little bit of resilience with the black sense of humor, or you just go completely nuts. And I have nearly gone nuts. I think I just can't get over the treatment, though, that I've had, and the comfort I get is from knowing that other people have suffered as a result of that. Do you see what I mean? Finding out who you are. Every that man came from the mind. Everything. Yes. Iron Maiden, the best band ever. Oh, I remember I've got Iron Maiden posters caused me trauma. I slept in one or two boys' bedrooms when we went to stay with people when I was a child, and I'd have this great big Iron Maiden poster. What I didn't know what Iron Maiden was. I was an innocent child. But there'd be a horrible. This is why I get so many. I was forced to go to the London dungeons when I was little, and then to have these great big posters of skulls with blood on them, and I was forced to watch Lost Boys as a child. That vampire film that my middle sister liked. If you look at my middle sister, she looks like a heavy metal scary man. She's had a sex change to a man, but she for as long as I've known my sister, she was always like a brother, because she shaved her head and wore men's clothes, and she painted the devil on the back of her leather jacket. And I am praying for my sister's soul. But she was heavily into Sex Pistols, punk, and heavy metal, and all sorts. But yeah, Iron Maiden scared me. Yeah, traumatized me. I also remember my eldest sister, before she was kicked out at 16, she had a picture of a man with a red stuff in his mouth. She had a postcard on her wall. As a child, I treated it like a wasp or a, oh, get away from me. I don't like looking at it. I didn't like looking at it. There's a man with blood in his mouth, and she said, my sister would say, no, it's not. It's who was it? It was Ozzy Osbourne with red jelly in his mouth. But when I was little, it looked like a scary man with demonic eyes and blood in his mouth. And she'd say, no, it's jelly. But I was like, I don't want to look at it. So I'd be like, I didn't like sitting on her bed and seeing the postcard. It's funny though how I look back on these things. So, but this is why my partner said to me, did you watch anything nasty as a child? I said, no, I went to the London dungeons and everything, but I have some really frightening, reoccurring nightmares. I had a fear of lifts, and my mother made me go up 80 floors. The Empire State Building, which I appreciated. But when I went, I had a fear of haunted houses and lifts. But the Disney World haunted house, there's a lift and it breaks down and they say, oh, there's no way out. And so you can imagine I was touching cloth when that happened. But you are vulnerable at the moment. It's not the time to chat you up. No, I know. Yeah, I can't. The British come second to immigrants. I can't repeat what the taxi driver said, but because I'll get in trouble if I do. But I had to let my Iranian lady friend, acquaintance friend, I text her to say, I actually brazenly, I got to that point where, because I don't feel like I say anything to her. And I texted her to say about illegal immigrants getting accommodation, because she thinks that I should just ask the council to just get me a house near her. And she doesn't realize that these temporary accommodations, you know, maybe what's that? Maybe a Terry's log. What's a Terry's log? What's a Terry's log? So I can't see all the comments. Sorry. Just find happiness in life. Nothing wrong with being a fan of a band or a group. Music of nice. People relate to music. Yeah, I don't like it. I'm not. I've seen the darkness though in I can't. I'm out of that adamant. My partner came along and then it just stopped. I stopped focusing all my attention. Now I just don't listen to adamant. I can't listen to adamant again. I really do feel darkness as well. So there is the spirit. There's this dark spirit behind what Adam sold his soul. Stuart Goddard, right? My name is Ant Princess Amazon, the fantasy character. Adamant is a fantasy character. Stuart Goddard is Adamant's real name. He's the real man. Adamant is the demon. I'm Bryony McCarthy. My demon was Ant Princess Amazon. I say demon because of all this stuff behind what I was into. And no, I wasn't into anything really satanic. I'm saying that there are certain influences and things. And if you've ever seen the video Friend or Foe, Adamant actually does a deal with. That's probably. see, this is why I have to pray, because he does a deal with the devil. And Don Murfitt was his manager. And his daughter and his son were at one of the Adamant conventions. His daughter was the little girl in the Friend or Foe video, and she said, "Can I dance with you?" And we were dancing to Adamant. Her brother, she was a child in the audience in the Friend or Foe video. That's the year I was born, by the way, 1982. And Adamant's, her brother was the one dressed as a devil that he shakes his hand and does a deal with it. And now I know what I know. I'm seeing things in the videos that I didn't see before. Towards the end of the video, Adamant, or Stuart Goddard, does this hand gesture. You can't quite see it, but he bows. He's basically giving himself over to the fallen Lucifer. Now, Michael Flatley, my first kiss on the lips, he was one of my idols when I was a teenager, still at school. Now, I had a cardboard cutout of Michael Flatley doing this. Do you know what this means? This means the lightning bolt. Lucifer, the lightning bolt. Lucifer fell from heaven. When you see pop stars with a lightning bolt, but David Bowie was one of them. But Adamant is actually pictured as Prince Charming doing the Baphomet hand gesture. I wouldn't have known this because it's hidden in plain sight. So is the checkered Masonic floorboard. He's a Freemason. His grandfather was in the Scottish Rite of Freemasons. There is witchcraft that they won't tell us about, but his dad was in the military. Stuart Goddard, or Adamant, he wrote to me as Stuart Goddard. He wrote to me, I've still got the letter in my clutter that Adamant, Stuart Goddard, sent to me. And he's written in that letter, "Bryony, I can safely say, I know the hell you're going through." And he used the words, "I'm making a channel, and right now I'm in the middle of making a Channel 4 documentary about my demons of mental illness." It's not just mental illness. It is in the spirit realm. Psychological and spiritual warfare is what they are using on us. That is why I am sitting here right now, as alive as can be, speaking to you as the living woman in real time. I am alive. At 6:37 in the evening, I am speaking to you alive on the 1st of March 2022. I am alive here, and I am beating these demonic strongholds. I am fighting those strongholds. So even if my partner has been emotionally abusing me and lying to me, I am telling you, I would not be here. And I'm saying exactly what my ex-army Jehovah's Witness friend had said to me. I would not be here by my own strength. I know Jehovah's Witnesses are Freemasonic and they're satanic. Albert Pike was a Freemason and he founded that. But let me tell you, this is real. Hell is real. We are spiritual beings. This is real. Everything that's, I'm sure most of you will agree, if you're not stupid, you'll agree that you know, we all know what's going on, that there is spiritual and psychological warfare going on. And crumbs, you know, it's real. This is real. I'm fascinated by all this stuff. I just can't listen to Adamant again. I just can't. I could listen to a lot of 80s pop music, but because I was so heavily into Adam and I broke the strongholds, you know, that once you know what you know, you can't unknow it. Do you know what I mean? So I'm, going on and on a bit. Thank you very much. It took as long as you like. Thank you very much. I can't listen to Adamant in the same way again. It's strange. You can be so heavily, like the Puss in Boots video. I know all the moves because I dressed as Puss in Boots. That was my thing. That was the album that I liked. But his girlfriend, who plays Puss in Boots, who played Puss in Boots, she did the that hand gesture. When it's slightly like that, the Freemason symbol for that's a lady's part. Whereas when it's like that, yeah, without being graphic, that's the male part. But do you see where I'm going with this? She's doing this because that's the lady part. And what's her name? Puss in Boots. And we all know what that is. Yes. I'm a lady, and if I wasn't a lady, I would have made a rude comment on Dan's video with the smudge with his pussycat. But it's a play on words. So they're using Freemasonry. They're using these symbols and hand gestures, and it just turns my stomach now. It's like Disney World, the happiest place on earth. But at the cost of what? My soul. When I was 7 years old, happiest place on earth, yes. Now I just feel sickened by it all. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to watch a Disney film. I watched a Disney film with Darren the other night. Ooh. Sorry, I've got a shooting pain in my side. It's good to talk though, isn't it? I said that Dan should be the new Bob Hoskins. It's good to talk. Oh, I just rant and rant. Believe me, I'll be repeating all of this one day, and you'll get fed up listening to me. The best person I met was me. Me too. Shelf you have. Shelf you have. What's that? Sorry. If it floats your boat, you go for it, love. Yes. What shelf? Sorry. Just because someone saves you, you never let them treat you like shit. Yeah. Well, this is just it, and I'm in a very, I'm just trying not to think about it because I'm telling you, despite all the smiles, I am not in a good place. So thank you. Yes. You see, the thing is, I'm not perfect myself. I'm not someone I'd want to be around, but there comes a point where it's like, no. No, because where does it all end? I keep being treated like shit, and no, I don't want it anymore. I've already said I'm not perfect, and I can say some horrible things, and but I don't like the fact that I could hurt my partner. But I don't think he feels the same. He's starting to, I'm seeing less of the sweet boy and more of the mum wanting to kill dad, dad wanting to kill mum. Sounds like a normal family to me. No, well, the thing is though, my father actually physically had his hands round my mother's neck and said, I could kill you. And she said it's like he was. She said people said, oh, it sounds like manic depression, what's now called bipolar. But then she had to stop herself from killing him. No, it got very violent, physically violent between them, but it was always dumbed down because I was only 4 when they divorced. So I'm still in the hotel, yes. Apparently anyone born between 1981 and 1996 was 23 to 38 in 2019. Yes, is considered a millennial. I heard that millennials started in 1980. Eddie Iron Maiden's mascot Number of the Beast best cover artwork. I don't know. What are you having for dinner, Bryony? I'm having chicken salad. Well, I can't cook here or anything, so but I do need to eat something. I am hungry. I don't mean to be rude, but I am actually going to have to sort of end this. I don't mean it rudely. I am hungry. I haven't eaten anything. But I've never had a nightmare yet. I don't think I have had a dream. How can you never have had a dream? Let alone a nightmare. Oh, you haven't lived. The best things I've ever done and seen have been in my dreams. Seriously. How can you not have had a dream? I mean, people have nightmares. I have lots of nightmares. I have loads of weird dreams. Orange chalky in the shape of an orange that you just tap it and it breaks in segments. They are disgusting. Well, it's funny you should say that. That's the only chocolate orange I'll eat is a Terry's chocolate orange. My partner bought one the other day. I do like Terry's chocolate orange. That is the only chocolate orange that I actually like. Otherwise, in my opinion, chocolate and orange don't go together. I mean, who came up with that idea? But I do like Terry's chocolate orange. There's something about it. I don't know why. I never liked Adamant. Bet of a show of I thought. Yeah, but what pop star isn't a show off? That's what being a pop star is. He was entertaining. I mean, the first time I saw Adamant, I thought I was the Prince Charming for me. And I went, obviously, you know, it's before the year I was born. And I just went, wow. I was 17. I've gone through stages. I've gone through stages in my life. Like, went through the Michael Flatley and then Leonardo DiCaprio. And, you know, you carve the walls in the posters. The funny thing about Leonardo DiCaprio, oh yeah, and I had the massive poster of him doing this. Hidden in plain sight. Massive posters this big. Massive, like this big, covering all the walls. And I had a poster of him on my bedroom door, and my mother said, "Is that Bronya, my sister?" Because she looks like she always looked like a man. It's like, yes, I've got a big poster of my sister on my door. Funny that. Oh dear, you have to laugh. No, but the thing about Adamant wasn't him being a show off. It was the fact that he's one of the most beautiful men I've ever seen. And he always will be. to be perfectly honest. There's something about femininity and men wearing makeup that it and it bring men do have a feminine side, and some pull it off with the makeup, and but kick your partner out on his ass. He does not sound that nice if he abuses you. Well, you see, the thing is, emotional abuse is the worst abuse, and people can't see it because he portrays himself as such a sweet boy. Even though he's 13 years older than me, he's like a boy, a sweet boy, a sweet, innocent boy. But this is getting too much now because he's doing this more and more frequently. And to scream and shout at a woman when you know that she's homeless and she's meant to be your girlfriend. I'm like, no, come on. I didn't want to say this, but I bumped into someone that I went out with, and he lived up in London. I don't know why he's living down here in Eastbourne. But I don't want him to know about my private life and what I'm doing now, because I finished with that person and I'm embarrassed about that relationship. But the person that I'm with now, I've given my soul to that person because we agree on so many things as it is. We agree on a lot of things. And it's very, very painful. I can't tell you, I've never felt the way I feel about my partner. I've never felt this way about anyone. He said he saw me as like a wife at the start. We nearly moved in, and what the hell happened? Why did I suddenly deal with so many violent, aggressive people? What happened to his parents when his mum said, "Oh, you could have a nice life together"? Where have they been in all of this? This is what I mean. He saw the live stream of me being attacked. And he was like, "Well, I didn't see it live." I said, "But you saw it. Where were you?" She left blood on the door. The police saw it. They did nothing. Someone in America saw it live. And she said, "Crumbs, I thought the cops here were bad." You have a look at the live stream. That one person is just disgusting. It really, what I've had to go through, no one should go through it. No one should ever have to go through even one of the things that I've been through. Oof. I mean, I had domestic, physical and emotional violence almost immediately after my soulmate mother died, and I didn't have anyone else. I'm really proud of myself because people like me end up in a ditch on alcohol and drugs or something, and I haven't. I've had to fight what is in here. And I tell you what, if Stuart Goddard, Adamant, knew me now, if he knew what I've been through, crumbs, I thought he wrote me a letter when I was 21. I'm nearly 40 now, and with what and with what the police and the council have done to me, it's just off the scale. He was saying, "I can safely say I know the hell you're going through." What had happened was my middle sister, the one that's living as a man, had written to him. So she'd already obviously told him a bit about me, because she said she was hoping that he would send me a 21st birthday card or something. And his best friend, Jordan, the punk friend, passed it because she worked at the vet's surgery. She works at the vet's surgery, his best friend. And Adamant basically, as you can imagine, I nearly hit the ceiling with excitement when he sent me these parcels. I didn't understand I didn't understand a lot of what it was, but I got the gist. And I got the cassette tapes, which were nice. It was nice of him. And But the first words are one of the most beautiful letters I've ever received. My dear Bryony, I can safely say I know the hell you're going through without even knowing me. So as you can imagine, a smitten sort of, I don't like the word fan, and neither does Adamant, but it is what it is, a fanatic. Excuse me. But the Bible says you can idolize anything. You can idolize your mum, any human being. I idolize my mother. Oh, mother this, mother, best mother. But I mean, I do genuinely think my mother was the best mother in the world. But mother this, mother that, mother. But you know, you can idolize a pet, you can idolize thing. But anything but our Heavenly Father, the one who gives us life. Yeah. Anyway. Sorry, I've gone off. What was I talking about? Kick your partner out. Yeah, she did for talent and music what Hitler did for the Europe. Who did? Who did for talent and music what Hitler did for Europe? Sorry, who did for talent and music what Hitler did for Europe? Sorry, who are you saying? Who did what for? I've missed something, haven't I? Who did? Oh, I can't keep up. Are you trying to say that Adamant like killed talent and music? I'm sorry, I'm just trying to understand. The one person I keep watching over on another platform, BitChute, that looks into all Freemason stuff. I need to lie down. One person I keep watching over on another platform, BitChute, that looks into all the Freemason stuff. Is there someone else then? Well, I think, as my partner said, I get a bit Freemasoned out. I still haven't watched that whole 5-hour video about Freemasonry that the Australian X Factor winner made. My sister went on Pop Idol in 2001 or 2002, I think. I've wondered, I hope. See, the thing is, the Freemasons would love my middle sister because she's she's bought into the satanic gender agenda, hasn't she? So, you know, and she's now got her what do you call it, degree in theatre performing art thingy. But yeah, I still haven't watched that 5-hour video on Freemasonry. But a cake shelf. His powers are apparently derived from atomic energy, as the theme states. That tiny ant and his atomic powers has what it takes and always makes the vilest villain cower. Oh, sorry, that atom ant. Atom ant. That's a cartoon character, Atom Ant. His powers are apparently derived from atomic energy. That tiny ant. Oh yeah, and you're also forgetting Adamant. Adamant lives, share with, I believe. Sheer, the Semel singer, the one that sang I Believe. Oh, I don't know. I'm going to have to write this down. Oh, Cher. I was going to say Cher. Cher sang I Believe. I like that song. You go and get some food and have a nap. You can always come back on live stream later. Thank you. No, thank you so much for you know, you can't live without some form of ideal existing, because your body in and of itself is an ideal. Even the mercy seat on the Ark of the Covenant was an idol. Yes. Even the mercy seat on the Ark. Yeah, there was an idol. Yes. There was an idol on the Covenant, wasn't there? The Ark, I mean, the Covenant. Oh, that's missing. You go and get. Oh, sorry, I've just gone up. Sorry. Share is what I mean. My spelling is shit. Bryony, you have been streaming for 3 hours. Yes, coming up to 4 nearly. The point of thou shalt worship no other gods before Yahweh is to remove your attention away from the physical and onto the spiritual. That's right. That's right. Well, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. You know, even if my partner has been emotionally abusing me, then he still proved that Yahweh is real, because I still thank him that I've given up adamant and any form of idolatry and crumbs. I'm certainly not going to be doing yoga anytime soon. Never, ever. Or, you know, all these things, shamanism. I'm learning more and more about what scripture has said keep away from. But it's interesting how the psychiatric unit, Sussex Partnership, they don't talk about our Heavenly Father in any shape or form, or any name, but they go on and on about meditation and yoga. Oh, everything's yoga. All the new age. Don't do it. It is demonic. It's as demonic as astrology. Look at the history. Look it up. Look at the history behind what you're looking into. Look at it. It's what my partner said. Look at the spirit behind what you're engaging in. My partner's a very intellectual person. The thing that lets some intellectual people down is where the problem with my partner is he's the person who brings you to that place of beauty and truth can also be the person who destroys you. And I said to him before he stormed out, I said, my Heavenly Father is telling me that what you're doing is wrong. So stop saying that, focusing so much on Yahweh and we have to use his Kodesh name, our Heavenly Father. Don't focus on that when you're the one who is doing the devil's work. You don't like me saying the word devil? Or don't do his work. Stop abusing me. Stop screaming and shouting at me, but he won't. He's the one who walks out that door and makes me want to go and jump off Beachy Head, our world famous suicide spot up the road. Do you see what I mean? Anyway, I'm going to end this live stream, but mercy seat was the gold lid placed on the Ark of the Covenant, with 2 cherubim beaten out of the ends to cover and create the space into which Yahweh was said to appear, but they melted it down. I'll have to look that up. If people claim one cannot see God, remember Scripture also claimed people did see God. People cannot see God. Yes. And Yahweh was the name given to Moshe or Moses at the burning bush. That's how Darren found out the name of our Heavenly Father, because he always questioned things. That's how he found out his name. He went, basically one day he said he went on the internet and he looked up, he Googled what was the name given to Moses or Moshe at the burning bush. Yahweh. So I suppose that's a way of appearing to someone. But only one has been to heaven, and that's our Saviour. No one has been to heaven except for the one who came from heaven. I think isn't there one or two? Are there 1 or 2 saints who have been to heaven, or is it just our Saviour? But nobody has seen heaven. I mean, heaven, the heavens, the Shalmayim, because heaven is a place on earth. It really is, as the pop star sang. In the last days, no human being is going up there. From what I gather, it's all going to be on earth, and the land will go back to farming. That's all I've managed to sort of get from that. But if people claim, did your hair used to be longer not that long ago? Oh, yeah. Well, in the video where I'm being attacked in September, yes, it did come down here a bit. And then I had it cut. That's when that was last year when I was attacked. Yeah. What this stream all about? Oh, well, what's it all about? It's just become a very long rant. It's been going for nearly 4 hours. It started with a phone call. I didn't want to give it a proper title because I thought if I live stream my phone call, then the government agents tend to, when they know that I'm getting a phone call, they tend to interfere with my live stream, because that's what's happened before. And now it's just become a long ranty rant about this, that, and everything that's strange. You know, everything in this mad world and me, and mostly about me and my madness. But no offense, but you're understanding it's too carnal to judge any spirit, and meditation is clearly in the Bible. I was talking about yoga though. Yoga is not good. That's not. I'm not talking about meditation as in prayer. I'm talking about the demonic stuff, yoga, where I don't know I don't know the ins and outs of it, but it's like shamanism, and Reiki. It's a way of, it's got demonic you're not meant to do that stuff because it gets it's a way of getting demons out, isn't it? Contacting demons and stuff. No, I'm not a medium. Crumbs, no. But if I'd gone down a dark path, I'd probably, without being a big head, I probably would have been good at it, because my eldest sister said that she thought that I had psychic ability. And I think some of us targeted individuals tend to be. And I'm one of those people, I think, because some of us just seem to be more than others, but I was steered. I think you can be steered away from those things and go more towards. When you feel like, oh, Satan's pulling me, or I belong with the witches. There's always been a thing in me where, oh, I belong with the witches because that's my thing. That's more witch, the pagan stuff. But my Heavenly Father, there was like a, push and pull thing of sort of like temptation, and people tried to talk me out of astrology, not as directly as perhaps they should have done, because that's a stronghold that stayed with me. Sorry, I haven't slept much. You've seen loads of burning bushes. I've got a feeling that there's a joke behind that. Well, Bible Origins is a good site to look up to see what people believe. No man in beta consciousness can hold this onto the physical identity and have them part of them live. Sorry, I'm sort of feeling a bit faint. Heaven is a place in your heart when you know empathy and compassion. Yes, I agree with that. Without this, you have no real contact with creation and creation. Yes, I agree with that. That's why I'm. I mean, I don't like the word religious because that's what's man-made, isn't it? But I'm talking for 4 hours. The physical ego can't see Yahweh and live. Can I pay you to contact my TED Talk? I can pay you about £900. No, I'm just saying. I'm saying I'm not into that stuff. I've had paranormal experiences in my family and stuff. In the family home, my childhood home, but my mother got holy water and blessed, and told the demons to get out. But no, I'm not into. Sorry, I haven't slept much. I think some of us though are. Me and my partner, I just feel we belong together, despite the emotional abuse issues. We are extremely. I'm in a very confused state because we're so alike. I just don't know what's going on anymore, because these evil dark ones have tried to destroy us and our relationship. And the thing is, if he's never had a relationship before, I'm also trying to factor that in as well. And we're both we're not your average people, me and my partner. We're very spiritual, and honestly, he brought me to Yahweh. I feel he saved my life. if that makes sense. And he got me out of the dark stuff that was related to adamant and astrology and all the pagan stuff that I've mentioned previously, and the Green Man, which is to do with satanic ritual abuse and child murder, and I've still got that. Yeah. Thank you, John Wedger, for that. You're in no spiritual position to call yoga satanic. You're too carnal in your understanding of the Bible. Caregiver was brainwashed. That's the whole reason she abandoned you. Oh, sorry, I'm a bit confused. What? Yeah, but you do realize that yoga, you're saying you're saying you're not saying yoga isn't satanic, but it is. If you look at what's behind yoga, if it's, I mean, doesn't it come from a certain Indian religion? Is it yoga? There is something. It's a new age practice. If it's not in the Bible, if the Bible condemns it, I think it's spiritualism. I think isn't it an Asian practice? I have to look it up, but yoga is definitely demonic. So I'm a bit confused as to why you're saying it's not satanic. I don't believe in the paranormal. But paranormal actually exists, though. We've had those experiences. Well, not so much me, more my mother and my sisters. Paranormal is real. Well, to the person who's experiencing it, it's like saying to someone, "Oh, God isn't real." Oh, but God spoke to me. Well, Yahweh isn't real. Well, Yahweh spoke to me. It's personal, really, isn't it? But my mother and my sisters saw and heard us when we weren't there. And when my mother blessed the lounge with holy water, that's when it all stopped. My sisters saw me when I wasn't there. My mother had a conversation with my sister when she wasn't there. She was at a school dance. Yeah, so yeah, you can't. Yeah, but I don't know how. Sorry, I don't mean this rudely, Brian. I hope you don't mind me saying, when you say you don't believe in paranormal, well, that's like saying you might as well then play with a Ouija board. These things are actually dangerous, and you should never. Do you know what I mean? It's like when you say you don't believe in the paranormal, well, but as everybody knows, never underestimate the powers of the unknown. And evil is evil, and Ouija boards are dangerous. Do you know what I mean? I mean, anyone who says a Ouija board is, you've got to be stupid to play with a Ouija board. But no, I just when you said I don't believe in the paranormal, I thought, everybody's, but those people who've had those experiences, do you know what I mean? It's just, but I don't I'm being sort of like respectful to people's opinions and everything. No, I can't contact the dead. How can you have a partner in your state? Oof. It's a partner that puts me in a state. What do you think about the war? Oh, only got one more going on here. Yes, it's good to have a chin wag. Yes, Brian. I haven't heard about the war. I haven't really followed. Yeah, I think paranormal is it is an outdated term. I just use it generally. What else would you call it? You call it paranormal is not a very good description. I think demonic is the only way to describe it, because my sister and her friend saw me when I wasn't there, when I was little. So if I was still alive, who was it that was impersonating me? And the dead are not conscious. The dead, when you die, you don't go to heaven, okay? Let's get these pagan New Age ideas out of our heads, because when you die, you don't go to heaven. You're not conscious. So just like the doppelgangers, ghosts, or what we call apparitions, ghosts, these are demonic entities, and they're real, very, very, very real. There's a lot that the elite are doing right now that so many children who've been taken into satanic practice, and one of them is one of the richest men in the world. What's his name? What's his name? His name is Elon Musk. And I am absolutely truly engaged with the Reveal report. A wonderful lady who is exposing the Rothschilds, but she's got to be very careful because her life is in danger. But there are so many evil practices and magic that goes beyond that they're doing, and that's why it's so important that you pray, even if you don't have faith. But don't do yoga, and don't do Reiki either. Anything that the Bible, or should I say scripture, the word condemns, don't do it. It's really quite simple. It's a straight and narrow path to salvation. Wide is the path to destruction, narrow is the path to salvation. It's really simple, really, when you look at it like that, isn't it? How do I feel for the poor Ukrainians? To be honest, I need to, I'm not really up with all the politics. I can't keep up with, I don't know what's going on in the world. Sorry. No, that sounds bad, I know. Oh yeah, Ukraine and Russia, that's it. I'm aware of something there. Yes, propaganda, probably a lot of it. Puppets to fit. I think it's a personal belief. People experience their internal belief system. Oh dear, we've got these things. Everything can be dominant. It's all about how you direct your energy. If you have anger and hate in your heart, then you direct such things. Oh yes, that stirs up demons. Yes. If you're just doing it too much enjoyment for yourself, then that's egotistical. Yes, I agree. Ghosts and ghouls and that stuff is paranormal. Yeah, I think demonic is a better word than paranormal. Yeah, I think it's stupid not to believe in Yahweh. You've got an H on the end. You need to pronounce the letters you need to pronounce are YHWH. Yahweh, the name that was given to Moshe at the burning bush. I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't be here by my own strength if I hadn't prayed hard. Because even then I'm still only just about hanging in there. See, the thing is, my partner who brought me to him, he saved me, but the narcissism and the emotional abuse is now making me question all of it. So it's now turning back on itself and it's going the other way. And now I'm sort of like seeing my partner as the devil rather than someone who's come to me from Yahweh. So it's not good. It's not good right now anyway, but this has got to stop, you know. I did Ouija board once, despite I didn't want to. The people that wanted to do it knew nothing about needing a gatekeeper. So I was the gatekeeper for that reason. Did you sorry, I got a bit of a stomach ache, sorry. Did anything bad happen to you? Because it's so dangerous to use a Ouija board. I tell you what, never underestimate the powers of darkness. My mother's biological mother could read tea leaves, and she saw that this woman was going to have a baby boy and that it would die, and it actually happened, and she stopped after that. It sounds like a load of nonsense. If you had said to me about reading tea leaves before I knew about my grandmother being able to do this, my blood grandmother, so it's obviously in the blood. There is something in the blood. Her son, my mother's brother, was into tarot cards. I was into astrology. This stuff is evil, extremely demonic. And let me tell you, astrology is 100% real. It's the Mazzaroth that was, as Alan Horvath said, they were signs that were given to Adam and Eve. But astrology is totally real. I read the books from the age of 11, and I won't talk to my partner about it because he'll get angry. But I know that astrologically our relationship can be volatile, and it bloody well is. But I know that astrology is totally real, because I delve in even into the birthday side of it. You've ever looked at the Book of Relationships? The Illuminati put that book together as well. And they hold the secrets to so much witchcraft, so much magic. It's unbelievably evil what they're doing. We can't even begin to imagine what evil they've been doing for a very long time up until right now. Nothing that is going on is new. It's been going on for centuries. And occult just means hidden knowledge. That's what occult means. But let me tell you, I can see I laugh when people say, oh, astrology is nonsense, because I think you can't see what I've been able to see since I was a child. I can see things. I know what habits, I know what ailments to look for. But I'm not giving my spirit to that because it's deceptive and evil. I give it to the one that gave me and you life. And that's Yahweh. So that's why it's stupid not to believe in our Heavenly Father. I can tell you because, believe me, I've got to be careful what I say. Because if I say I feel like killing myself, I don't want the Stasi to come in here, handcuff me, and cart me off to the psych unit. But let me tell you, praying, it's even been suggested to atheists, but even atheists will call out in their hour of need, but only in their hour of need. In times of ancient, people would pray hard most of the time. When do you see people praying now? But they cry out in their hour of need. Atheists, you know, you get atheists who have sold their souls to become famous, like Ricky Gervais. Well, they're not atheists because they still have to worship the fallen one. But I don't know, because I know a lot about Freemasonry, but obviously I'm not a Freemason. But I like talking about this stuff. So I'm just, yeah. Sorry, I take ages to read comments. I don't follow it as reality. Yeah. Are you a demon? Bilbo Fraggins. I have never seen a demonic entity. Elon Musk. Elon Musk. Elon Musketeer, yes. Oh, I thought I could hear a strange noise. It's my tummy. I thought, what's that? I thought it was an animal or something. So I just suddenly, it's because I haven't eaten. Sorry, excuse me. My mum called my brother a tea leaf. Do you think he's demonic now, or that he can predict the future? Oh, he's being silly, Bilbo Fraggins. Oh, hang on a minute. The teacher. No, I'm being deadly serious though. When I said about my blood grandmother reading tea leaves, it's you got to be. Put it this way: if you think that's there's something not right with you if you don't believe in anything spiritual, because we are spiritual beings. You know, you'd have to be completely and utterly. Wow, there's no word for it. But you know, if you think that well, you'd be stupid, wouldn't you? You'd just be stupid if you thought that playing with a Ouija board was just a bit of fun. I mean, I just can't believe that there was a time when they sold a children's Ouija board. It was an adamant lady in New York that said that. someone who likes adamant that lives in New York. I said, what, you had a Ouija board as a child, a children's Ouija board? I mean, she said, yeah, I know. Oh, dear me. The teacher's knowledge, which you can do with as you wish. I've learned wisdom from bad people who really didn't understand the knowledge that they shared. Yes. Don't forget, some nutters think the earth is a flat disc. Now they are the nutters and should be locked in a padded room. Yeah, there are people who, I don't know why do they believe? I thought that was a medieval thing. I mean, medieval, no, I can't repeat that, it's too rude. But the medieval people had some really weird beliefs. Why do people believe that? I don't know. I'm just trying to understand. So I'm trying to understand what you've put. The teacher, wisdom from bad people who really didn't understand the knowledge that they shared. Well, my partner shared the Bible. He brought me to the name of Yahweh, and that's not a bad thing. What can I see, Bryony? I can't see anything right now. I'm just trying to. I feel a bit. I haven't eaten. Sorry. I'm not harming anyone ever. Sorry, I haven't kept up with the comments. Atheism is also a religion when you think about it. Astrology is about reading the energy of creation. All things have an influence on you. There is nothing evil in understanding the ups and downs of energy flow. And I was just saying that astrology is demonic. What's evil is those who interpret it for their own selfish need. That goes for everything. Yeah. Atheism is only a term for non-belief. It's all it means. Yeah, exactly. It's a waste of time. Belief is a waste of time. Well, non-belief is a waste of time. I mean, how can you... I don't know how you can believe that we're just here. I mean, even the Big Bang Theory doesn't make sense, does it? It just, Do you know any good jokes? Not really. Experience the light, love. Any further on what an atheist does is another term. It's simply a description of non-belief. Atheist. Sorry, I don't want to bore anyone watching because I'm sorry, I'm not quite with it. I feel it. I haven't slept much, so I don't mean to be rude. Anything further on what an atheist is? It's simply a description of them. Well, yeah, I think that's what it means. What is there to talk about if you don't believe in anything? There's just nothing, and it doesn't make sense, does it? Well, if we go by the written word and do no research, yes, we would be stupid. Yes. Well, yeah, the thing is, save your time in a bottle and open yourself to the sea. I'll go to see often, James. I think you got to be careful where you get the source from. My partner got his source from Yahweh's restoration ministry, because he put that question, what was the name given to Moshe at the burning bush? And Yahweh's restoration ministry is good because they are restoring thousands of years of, where they took out our Heavenly Father's name 7,000 times in Scripture. And there's so many things that Yahweh's restoration ministry is restoring. And yeah, talk about all the pagan stuff already aware of, and live streaming. I know. I'm hungry and I need to get some food. I know, 4 hours. Oh gosh, I'm really sorry. I have to go. Can you see dead people? I'll be seeing dead people soon. Yeah, I'll be hallucinating. People, stop and let her get food. Oh, bless you. You should get something to eat. So I was just reading the comment. It takes me a long time to read. There are some here just want to wind you up. That's not a bad thing when you're well enough to react. Excuse me. What is it with dead people and animals? You seem to be hung up on that. Why are you so serious and always talking about demons? Why? Why? Why are you talking about demons all the time? Have you seen what's going on in the world? Do you know why so many people, so many families are fighting with each other right now, and what's being done to us? There's magic, what they're doing behind closed doors. I know that there are going to be people that are trying to throw me off they're going to try and throw you off the scent here. That's the work of the devil. But families they've created so much of this. But as far as I'm concerned, they're just stirring up what was already there with their evil plans. Yes, I know he wants attention. Why don't we lighten up the mood and tell some jokes? Oh, well, it's good to... We're talking about serious things. Bilbo Fraggins, I hope you're not a government agent, because I've had them on here before. There is experience and there is belief, Bryony. People in the Bible didn't believe anything. They had experience. Yeah, I agree. I think faith is important, though. Faith. Oh, James Worley, I hope you don't mind me saying, but if you'll excuse me for saying this, I don't mean to cause embarrassment. I think I had a look at one of your videos and it looked like you were doing, if you'll excuse me for saying, a satanic hand gesture. You know the one I mean? I won't do it, but the one with the well, there's more than one with 2 fingers, but the Diablo satanic Masonic hand gesture. And I was quite surprised because you said you know me from Alan Horvath's videos. I'm sorry, I had to mention that because I don't forget things like that not easily. Where I've lost. Where were we? Oh yeah. All this demonic talk is not healthy. No, I agree. It's. I talk more about the darkness than I do the light. Belief is an interpretation of experience. Fact. Make up a truth. One fact changes, and so must your truth. This is what mad people do. No Bilbo Fraggins. Mad people. What are you trying to say? You're saying mad people. Are you trying to say I'm mad? Because we're talking about demonic talk. It might not be healthy to talk about demonic things, but it's not mad to talk about it. It's sane. There's only one thing that's insane, and that's denying what is going on around you. That's playing brain dead. That's mad. To deny. This is where Christians get it wrong. They don't want to talk about satanic and demonic stuff. Yeah, maybe they're right in some ways not to, but it needs to be talked about. It's not a stigma. It's not a taboo. Sorry. I mean, it's not a taboo. It needs to be talked about. It's what's screaming you in the bloody face. Excuse my French. Nice run, Bryony. Take care. Get your strength up. Thank you. It's not healthy. Are you... hang on a minute. I'm trying to keep up with the comments here. I can't keep up. Are you trying to tip this woman over the edge? I've already gone over the edge. Nearly, literally. I got a world-famous suicide spot up the road. Time for food. I haven't eaten. Don't encourage her. I do agree with, it's like I do agree with you that it's not healthy to. I mean, my partner and I have been up into the early hours talking about the dark stuff and the demonic stuff, and you can fall into that trap of overdoing it. But as my partner said, knowledge is power. The Bible says that knowledge is power. We need to know about the dark stuff so that we know what we're going to be faced with and how to, better than living in the darkness and not knowing, isn't it? I've eaten briny. See you. Take care. Have some dinner and a drink, sweetie. Catch you later on if you on again soon, hopefully. I remember that appointment on Thursday. Fingers crossed. So thank you very much. I say prayers. It's prayers that have got me through this. I mean, I appreciate people's support, but it's people's prayers. It's people's prayers and support. But prayers, if I gave up, if I suddenly said, you know what, F it, I don't believe in my Heavenly Father anymore. I've had enough of my partner's emotional abuse. He's just used the Bible like all these cult leaders. Then I might as well just give up altogether. Seriously, and go and top myself. If a knife tempts you to kill yourself, it's demonic. Yes, James, you're right. If instead it makes you hungry, it's not very simple. Well, I don't know where being hungry comes into the demonic thing. I'm just bloody hungry. You do realise, like, when obviously stress made me do this, but how do I not know that the local Freemasons, the higher ups, haven't done witchcraft? It's like, why have they got the pentagram drummers? What do they call them? The penta something. They've got a pentagram on their drummers drumming at St. Wilfrid's Hospice. Now, people, ask yourself, what causes cancer? Do you know how evil witchcraft and magic spells are? Do you know that you can kill someone with a... I was listening to what Jessie Jabot... I can't say her surname. I was listening to what Jessie was saying about how some of the children in her satanic group, when she was a child, they knew how to stop someone's heart. They knew how to do these evil spells. This is a woman who has put her life on the line to expose the Rothschilds, the people who are making you ill. Now, how am I not, for all I know, someone, a higher up, could have done this to me, but like, why would you have these pagan people who do these magic spells with the pentagram drumming outside St. Wilfrid's Hospice? Do you know you can pray yourself better out of cancer? Remember that. I wish I'd said that earlier. Remember that. Because one of my biggest regrets was not having prayed enough for my mother. And this 6-inch knife that I put through my arm, there's the scar there. It went right through. It went right through. I could have cut off one of my main... I could have killed myself. Or done something, I don't know. I'm not one of those medical people. But I do know that when you stab yourself with a knife, you can let in demonic entities just from doing that, because you're letting them in. Don't ask me how I know that. I've picked up a lot. Never, ever underestimate the power of evil, but never, ever, ever underestimate the power of prayer. I truly believe I could have saved my mother's life, and I mean her physical body on this earth, through prayer. Because just from seeing me and my sisters, even if we were acting just for her sake, her seeing us laughing together, amazed doctors. I don't understand all the medical stuff about cells and all of that, but suddenly, miraculously, I'm just saying, I wish I'd said it earlier on in the live stream, but I didn't think to say it. So I'm just saying, prayer can absolutely save a person's life, even if you're an atheist. Pray, even if you don't believe. Pray. He will listen. You can only lead a horse to water. You can't force people to do these things. It's a choice. You have a choice. And I'm telling you, believe me, I've been so close to jumping off those cliffs. I came very close in January. Very, very close. And that mad woman, that horrible woman, Caroline Stevens, she prayed for me, talked me out of suicide, and then threatened me. I was very, very close. But it's my own faith that has saved me. Honestly. And I feel it even the more I say it. There is nothing wrong with the world. The world is perfect. It is humans that are wrong, not the world. Yeah. Yep, absolutely. I think everything that was provided to us by our Heavenly Father was already there. We had everything. And all we needed was prayer. There wasn't disease. All these things have been caused by man and witchcraft and all the evil. when are people gonna wake up? Those Satanists that drum outside. Do you realise the local Freemasons support St Wilfrid's Hospice? Did you hear my phone call earlier? Those bastards have kept me away from the, excuse my French, I know I shouldn't swear, and it's I'm putting evil out there, I know that by swearing. But they kept me away from the nurses who nursed my dying mother. And Uri Geller, my middle sister, has got his phone number, and he said the signs that we would get. Do you realise he's on the satanic rains list? You know, I if you're not fascinated by what I'm saying, I bloody well am, because I saw the signs that he said I would get from my mother: flashing lights and birds flying round the room indoors. But it wasn't from our Heavenly Father. It was from a satanic deceptive force, because he's taken forces with the dark side. And we're not talking about Dave Prowse, who used to ring me up, Darth Vader. No, we're talking about real dark satanic forces. The Rains list. I've forgotten what it stands for. These are people who engage in satanic rituals, human sacrifice of children, human, animals. High people are on that list, and Uri Geller is on that list. And he told my sister, moments before my mother died, he said, sorry, moments after my mother died, he said, let me speak to your mother. And my sister said, you're too late. I've got a lot of stories to tell. That's why I don't, I was going to say this before, I'll say it now. I don't appreciate anyone who's coming on here to take the piss, or I'm being more of the real me now. I'm not being polite. I'm being the real me. If you think, because I've already had someone from Police Abusing Powers, I don't care about people who want to chat me up. It's when people start, I don't know if they are mocking or everything I'm saying is true. Excuse me, pardon me. What I'm saying is it is what it is. It's experiences that we've had, if they're paranormal, demonic, whatever you want to call it. They're experiences, but they're not from this world. They're from the spirit realm. That's all I know. Nothing wrong with the world. It's perfect. Humans that are not. It's humans that are wrong. Yes, yeah. Bill and Ben, the flower pot men, were in the bath. Bill says, blah, 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 blah. Ben says, if that stinks, I'm getting out. I think I get it. Sometimes I can overread into things. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, I can't keep up. There are too many comments. Oh, there are too many comments. I can't read them all. I've been talking for 4.5 hours. I do talk about weird things, but they're real. It's real. Do you know what? Find me a load of people who will call me deluded, and I'll call them stupid, ignorant, and, well, more than likely, they'll perish. And if they're going to be evil, well, I'll have the last laugh, because I've had all this evil done to me by people some of them who've sold their souls, and I just think, do you know what? Good on you. I was screamed and shouted at by a demented magistrate's custody suite manager that I would be going to prison. I applauded them, and he told me to F off out of there. They dragged me there. They put me in a Serco truck. Seriously. I'm going to have the last laugh here, man. I really am. And I'd like to share it with someone. Yep, exactly. Thank you, Warrior Wales. George Bush was into, Adamant was in the Skull and Crossbones Club. That's why he wore skull and crossbones. That's why that's why his band members wore T-shirts that said "I Heart Satan," skull and crossbones. He was in the club. His grandfather was a Freemason. So was Adamant. He did the satanic hand gestures. He was an MK Ultra victim. His dad was in the military. His dad was also in the paedophile sex ring. He wrote to me to tell me that he would be making a documentary about it. Yeah, I'm the crazy one. Of course I am. Anyone who speaks the truth is crazy. Sorry, there are just so many comments. I can't really... I can't keep up with it. Anyway. They're not driving me crazy. Bilbo Fraggins, how can you? Why are you going to report this stuff to YouTube? Yeah, but Bilbo Fraggins, why are you going to report my YouTube video to... I've seen your name before. Why do you want to report my video for speaking the truth? I am a vulnerable woman. I've been driven mad by what has been done to me by mad people. And I'm telling you that I've had a letter from a famous pop star who sold his soul, who's an MK Ultra victim, whose dad was a paedophile. The press used his name to condemn him. So Bilbo Fraggins, who are you? So you're going to report my video? I already know. When you started commenting, I thought, I think I've seen that name before. Who is Bilbo Fraggins? I'm actually talking myself out of madness because of what has been done to me. Bilbo Fraggins, I would teach my children, if I had a child, I haven't got children. I would let my child know. Put it this way. I would warn my child about my experiences the experiences of others, real experiences. I'll just say that, really. Bloody weirdos. Okay, Bilbo Fraggins, why are you here then? Where have you come from? If we're bloody weirdos, how did you find me? Have you looked at the title of this video? You don't. My videos are shadow banned, so where have you come from then? Oh, Bilbo Fraggins is saying he's going to have to call the police. Right, okay, right. Have I got any viewers from Police Abusing Powers here? Because they're saying they're going to have to call the police. Yes, thank you, Warrior Wales. It's the police that put her into this state. Right. Well, I think we're going to have to report Bilbo Fraggins then, because could someone let Dan from Police Abusing Powers know about this live stream right now, please? Because I'm being threatened right now in my live stream. I am being threatened with the police. For what? What am I being threatened with? Do you realise what my call today has been about, and that these people are supporting me? I'm sleep deprived and I haven't eaten, and you are causing me distress, Bilbo Fraggins. Do you realise I had a police officer burst into my room the other night? A couple of months ago. So you are causing me distress right now as we speak. It's not funny. I'm being deadly serious. You are causing me distress. I believe you're some sort of, I don't know what, government agent or something. Do you realise that the police are the ones who made me suicidal? Have you actually listened to my video from the start? Who are you anyway? Bilbo Fraggins. Yes, thank you, Warrior Wales. Police are part of the Freemasonry with magic practices. Thank you, Warrior Wales. Someone who's actually been on the receiving end of what the police have done to them. Someone who does understand. Thank you. See, you've got. I'm getting quite distressed now because of what you're threatening me with. Don't come near my kids with this weirdo shit. Don't come on my live stream threatening me with the police then. I don't even know who you are, let alone your children. Honestly. What medical misinformation? What are you on about? You're the weirdo. What medical misinformation? Do you know what? You're making me laugh. That is funny. You can't pray your way out of cancer, you stupid woman. Really? You don't think you can pray I'm the stupid woman. So you were there then, were you, Bilbo Fraggins? Were you? You were there when my mother amazed doctors. Do you know what? I don't care, Bilbo Fraggins, if you're a doctor. Because I don't care what you are. If you're whatever you are, who you are, I don't know how you found me, but you are seriously deluded if you think that prayer isn't going to help you. So you're going to put your faith in Big Pharma, are you? Do you have any idea about how dangerous some of these poisons are? they'd have to forcibly vaccinate me. And then they'd probably find themselves being hanged for doing that against my human rights. I'm not putting anything in my body. I don't take... honestly, prayer has saved... there are miracles you have no idea about. Or maybe you do. Because the ones... Do you know the Greek word pharmakos? Do you know where pharmaceuticals comes from? The Greek word in the Bible. And pharmakos is a Greek word, and I think it's something to do with witchcraft. That's what pharmakos is. The something to do... Pharmakos is a Greek word, something to do with witch. Something. Witchcraft, I don't know, but I'm good. Do you know what? All the comments that have hidden Bilbo Fraggins' comments, I'm going to show them all. I'm gonna show them all. Do you like Pin? I will never underestimate your stupidity. Are you doing this for the attention or what? This is not healthy, you weirdos. Sorry, who's the attention seeker? Is anyone interested in what Bilbo Fraggins is saying here? I feel great. This is actually helping me to not feel suicidal, and you're threatening me with the police for doing what? Freedom of speech. You're a nutter. You're an absolute nutter, Bilbo Fraggins. Have you got nothing better to do with your time? I've been speaking for nearly 5 hours. I haven't eaten or anything, but I tell you what, you've got a lot of time on your hands, mate. You really have. I think it's really sad. It's times like this. This is what makes me want to live, because I just think, crumbs, there are so many stupid people, and this is one of them. I find it funny. It makes me laugh because, like, my partner who brought me to the name of Yahweh, is he a weirdo? Is my partner a weirdo? He's very clever. He knows a lot about the Hebrew Aramaic scriptures, right? And in a weird sort of way, even if he's emotionally abusing me, he still brought me to the name of Yahweh. And I just thought to myself, I'm in a better place than what I was before, because I've given up the idolatry. I'm learning. I'm growing with knowledge. Occult means hidden knowledge. Combine all of that, and I've got so much knowledge. And I love it. I love it when trolls and idiots attack me, because it's bringing all the dirt out of the woodwork. And you really are that. You don't seem like a very happy person, Bilbo Fraggins, because why would you to go on someone's live stream, a vulnerable woman, which is what I am, and to attack them and to call them a weirdo and say, oh, prayer isn't going to help you. I've got to report you to the police. For what? For saying that prayer helped save my mother for a short time, my late mother. You want to call me a weirdo? You must be a very unhappy person. I think, everyone, Bilbo Fraggins is in need of prayer. Because I'm the one who's supposed to be feeling suicidal right now, and you're threatening me with the very people who've made me suicidal. You're a card. You're a card. Oh, look at him. Don't come any near my kids with this weirdo shit. You lot need to be locked up. Do. Do we? Well, come on then, Bilbo. Get on the phone to the police. What are you going to get us locked up for? Do you know what, Bilbo Fraggins? What a name. I feel sorry for your children. You're attacking a vulnerable woman for no reason. For saying that prayer helped her mother's cancer. And you're attacking me. What kind of a parent must you be to go and attack a vulnerable woman who's been feeling vulnerable, suicidal? But I'm actually helping myself right now. This is therapy for me to talk about it. What a nice person you are. See what I mean? Do you see what I mean? This is where I get my therapy. No, you're just repeating yourself. Look up what blood type you are. Stop spreading medical misinformation. You can't talk. Yeah, I've already read that. I will never underestimate you. Are you doing this for attention? Oh, sorry. It's just I'm just reading over the same comments. Oh, there's too much here. There's too much crap here. Bilbo, you're the reason why establishment keeps bullying the public. Yes. Oh no, he's an attention seeker. Stop being weird and go to bed. Who is Bilbo Fraggins anyway? Oh, I know. I always say that, Ian. I always say, excuse my French. I don't know what else to say. That's why I say that. I would block Bilbo Fraggins, but I have to let Dan know about this. Dan from Police Abusing Powers, because I've had a troll from his videos before. I don't care who this chap is, but if he's going to threaten me with the police after everything they've done to me, and I'm laughing this off for obvious reasons. But this is someone that is obviously aware that I'm afraid to call the police because of what has been done to me, and now to be threatened in my live stream when I've already had a police officer barge in on me when I was this was one of the nasty ones who arrested me 3 hours. I'm shaking now as I say this. Who arrested me 3 hours after I recorded a criminal threatening to beat me up. And now I'm being threatened with the police again after I've already had that same police officer burst in. So if anybody wants to let Dan know about this, I would appreciate it. Bryony's a vulnerable adult. Please refrain from throwing insult and threat in chat, please. Thank you, Brian. Yeah, I'm shaking now as a result of that because well, I've seen the name Bilbo Fraggins before. I was pretty sure I saw the name Bilbo Fraggins before I got onto Police Abusing Powers. So I don't know if it's this criminal chap or not. Oh, God. Stop encouraging her to engage with these crazy thoughts. John Wedger was on the Reigns list too. Oh, John Wedger was on the Reigns list. Do you know what, Bilbo Fraggins? You just sound like a complete and utter stupid, ignorant. You're just one of these stupid people. You're one of the ones that I would call stupid. You're just, there's nothing in there. That you don't have, obviously you don't have spirit and soul, but you're just stupid. You're just stupid. Why don't you join the police? You'll be well up there with them. The reason why I am still here, why I haven't taken my life, is I've got these real life stories to tell. I've seen demented degenerates, nutcases. Now, I don't call people who are genuinely ill nutcases. I call people like you nutcases. Even if you're a government agent, I couldn't care what the hell you are. You are an idiot. This world would be better without you idiots. And it's your children that I actually feel sorry for, because you're coming on here and you're attacking a vulnerable woman and you're saying, keep away from my kids. You're the kind of idiot that I've had to live with. The kind of idiot that doesn't deserve a roof over their head. And there are plenty that do need a roof over their head. So go and get a life. Just go away. Get lost. Honest to goodness. No, I didn't know that John Wedger was on the Reigns list. But yeah, Uri Geller. I don't know how I found out that he was. I looked up Uri Geller. I found out about the Reigns list, and there was a picture of him with Michael Jackson, because we know they were friends. But I don't know. I went to see Uri Geller at the Congress, and my sister got his phone number, my middle sister. And I've been able to do some things that, back in the day, when he came back on the telly, and I was fascinated by him. I'm not gonna hide these comments from Fraggins. This woman needs her medication. Bilbo Fraggins, I don't take medication. But you're quite happy to support the pharmaceuticals. Go and take them. Go on. Go on. And you see the damage it does to you. I don't even take antidepressants. I did years ago. I took various different types. I took an overdose of them. I'm unwell. I'm not a nutcase, stupid, brainless idiot like you. I'm unwell. I'm bereaved. Go away. You're obviously very bitter because you can't get yourself a girlfriend or something like that. What a sad case you are. I'm not even going to go there. Oh, look. And now he's calling all of us sad bastards. It's pathetic. It's just demented. It's totally demented. I know I've got the block button, but I like to keep them up there because it exposes them for what they are. Close this stream down. It's just making your mental health worse. No, it's not. You're making yourself look like a right prat. It's funny. It's funny. You're actually helping me. You threatened me, but you've made me feel better now. I'm always going to talk about this stuff because it's the truth. I'm exposing it and it's fascinating. And anyone who wants to agree with this weirdo nutcase, go on. I don't care. I'm always going to be I was already going to put up a video the other day saying, do not comment on my live streams. If you're going to mock me, if you disagree, I've already had someone, one person from Police Abusing Powers do that. I'm not interested. I'm not interested. I would write a book. I'm just struggling at a basic rate. I've been talking for 5 hours now. A lot of it is venting. I've been through a lot and I'm exposing it. I can see myself going on a loop now, so I'm going to just stop now, because sometimes idiots can be clever when they know what they're doing, and it's not going to work on me. But all these hidden comments, I'm just showing them because it shows them up for what they are. The Bible says we need to shine a light on evil, which is what I'm doing. I'm exposing it. These cretins are getting pleasure out of seeing a mad woman talking. Okay, I'm getting pleasure out of exposing a mad idiot who's got nothing better to do than to attack a vulnerable woman who's had to deal with demented nutcases. It's funny that. Have you actually watched my videos where I'm being attacked by demented degenerates? All right, Bilbo Fraggins. So do you think it's normal to put human feces in the bin? Because that's what I found. Human feces in the bin. Are you just a little bit upset because you're the kind of idiot that would get police protection? If you come out of prison, are you the kind of person who treats prison like a holiday camp? Because you're just the kind of scum I have got no time for. Whilst there are people dying on the streets who really do need roofs over their heads, you will attack me and threaten me with the police and say, don't come near my children. You're the dangerous nutter. It's people like you. Right, people. So you now know I've got 7 people viewing this right at this very second. So you know who it is that's attacking me and possibly causing me distress. Because I don't know what I'll be like later, but you're witnessing it. I'm just going to show all these comments. I know what to expect though. You are not well, Bryony. You are having a psychotic episode. Yeah, I'm really psychotic. And these cretins are encouraging you. You're a nutter. I'm exposing everything for what it is. This is not something that's just happened to me. It's happened to a lot of people. You'll never get to see what I've seen behind the scenes. I'll tell you that now. Or maybe you have. Maybe you're a nutcase who's got nothing better to do. Maybe you need prayers. But I'm sorry, I just haven't got time for you. My prayers will be wasted on you. I don't even know why I'm saying sorry. This is a habit I'm trying to get out of. I agree, Bryony. There are too many wool over the eyes of people who are narrow-minded. Bryony, you still here? Come on, get some dinner. I know. I need to go and get something to eat and drink. We care about you. We know your beliefs and I support your fight here. Well, Brian, do me a favour, would you? Could you let... I did text Dan yesterday, Dan from Police Abusing Powers. I did text him. I said that I wasn't well no, what did I text? I might still have the text message I sent him, actually. No, I deleted it. I text him, if it wasn't yesterday, the day before, after Sunday, I text Dan to say that I was feeling suicidal. I think I said I was feeling suicidal. I don't know, but I said that I had to check out of here, that my partner had been emotionally abusive, and I'm sorry that I didn't respond, but I would very much appreciate it if you could pass on the fact that I've got I don't know, this idiot, I don't know who he is. They should be ashamed. Oh, yes, Bilbo Fraggins. Yeah, what kind of, I just, why would you, what kind of a nutcase goes and attacks a vulnerable person who's been feeling suicidal? Don't you realize, you just can't even see, can you, that's not, you can't see it, can you? If I didn't have prayer, I wouldn't have anything else. So that's how I know what I'm doing is right. And I know, because I've seen the evidence, and so have other people, that the power of prayer, there are no words. It's saved many people's lives. But if you want to put your faith in what man creates, you are going to destroy yourself. And if you brainwash your children with these ideas, you will perish. Your soul, eternity is a long time to go, isn't it? You're not here on this earth for long. And for someone who hasn't eaten, I haven't had a dinner yesterday, I don't take medication, I'm doing pretty bloody well, aren't I? I'm living proof that you don't need medication. My Heavenly Father is living proof. Prayer. But Bilbo, I think you need prayers because you're full of a lot of anger towards me, and it's very unwarranted. You're obviously very unsettled in yourself. You're full of so much anger. You don't even know me. I don't even know who you are. What kind of a name is Bilbo Fraggins anyway? I think it's just really sad, actually. Bryony, stop it. See, you're full of anger and hatred in yourself. That's really sad. If my daughter saw this, you might send her mad. You don't stop, do you? Who are you? Bilbo, scared that his government bubble will end. Bilbo Fraggins, you should be ashamed of yourselves. You see, people, let me tell you something, folks. Anyone who talks like this is disquieted in themselves. Our Saviour said to one of his disciples, I'm repeating what my partner said. I have to admit, I've never actually read the Bible. I've got a confession to make. Our Saviour said, why are you so disquieted? Yeah, you know what? You could actually make prayer like a drug. You could make it a drug. But I don't even take medication. I for a time, for some years, I tried different antidepressants and it just made me worse. I don't take medication. That's why they hate me so much. But there we are. But even if medication was the thing, the God, the thing to worship, because people are practically worshipping medication, why? You still have to ask yourself a question. Why is this person attacking me? Why? Have I done something to offend anyone whilst I've been talking? No. I've had evil done to me by many, many people. And for some stranger to suddenly attack me when I'm suicidal because of all the evil that's been done to me. I've had attempted rape. I lost my mother to cancer. I had a violent boyfriend immediately after my mother's death. These are all different individuals, I might add. Hospital staff. Bilbo Fraggins. What does this tell you? I did care work with the elderly. And I was bullied when I did care work. And now I've had the worst abuse from the police. I mean, hello. I don't understand you people, well, idiots like you. It's not Bryony's fault if your daughter saw this. It would be your fault, Bilbo. Thank you, Warrior Wales. Thank you. Don't watch Ron Swanson stuff then, Bilbo. I'm going to have to look this up. Who's Ron Swanson? I'm sorry if I sound a bit ignorant, everyone. You lot are like the Charles Manson cult. Yeah, Bilbo. Yeah, we're going to be murdering people soon. Charles Manson cult. That's the one where they murdered people, wasn't it? This stuff isn't normal and certainly not healthy. All right, Bilbo. Would you like to tell us what is normal then in this world? I'm talking about the evil that's been done to me and others. And you're saying what we're talking about, what calling it out is not normal. Oh, but doing it. Well, all these police officers that are getting away with paedophilia and raping people. Have you seen Dan's videos? Have you seen police abusing powers? Have you watched his videos? I mean, gosh, you sound like you could be one of the bloody perpetrators the way you're going on. You sound like you are covering up establishment crimes, Bilbo. Yes, Warrior Wales. That's exactly what I just said. Bilbo Fraggins, if you have nothing nice to say, find a canal that lies out. Yeah, sorry, is that French? That lies your stupid view. Sorry, I didn't understand the last bit. I was watching police abusing powers. Yeah, but I agree with you, Warrior Wales. I think Bilbo is covering the way he's going on and on and on and attacking me and everyone else here. He's got a lot to cover up, that's for sure. It's demented. You wouldn't just go and attack a vulnerable person and call them mad. You could do that to anyone. Just go on someone's live stream and call them mad. You were watching police abusing powers, Bilbo. Okay. Do you say to anyone who tells the truth, who exposes evil and the evil that's been done to them, that they're having a psychotic episode? Because you're demented. I actually get comfort from the fact that knowing that many people, it's enough to make you go mad. These nutcases are enough to make you go mad. This is what I'm saying. This is what I was saying 5 hours ago. These nutcases are enough to make you lose your head. I would not be here if it were not for prayer. I lost my soulmate mother. I've had no one else. Well, I've had my partner, but obviously this is why I have to be careful what I say, because then these idiots come on, and I don't want to say, if I start saying, oh, my partner's been emotionally abusive, then these nutcases are going to jump on it. This is not normal. Go and get some food and go to bed. Well, I'm having a laugh. This is how people get into comedy and stand-up comedy. Oh, dear God, give me strength. Please give me strength. Please help me deal with these nutcases. Sorry, there's only one nutcase at the moment, but on here. Sorry, you know Ron Swanson is awesome. You know him. Yeah. I know I should block him. Bilbo, we are exposing corrupt police so children can be safe. Exactly, Warrior Wales. Exactly. Don't even read out Bilbo Fraggins. He is a troll. Bilbo Fraggins, if you do not stop and fuck off, you will pay. Just block this Bilbo Fraggins so he will not be able to comment on your live streams. I think you're right, Ian. I'm sorry. Sometimes I don't want to let them. By blocking them, you might make them think they've got the better of you, whereas I like to show all their nasty comments. I like to expose people for what they are so that everyone can actually see. Do you know what I mean? Stop blaming everyone else for your problems, you stupid weirdos. Big Pharma saved my grands, you idiots. Oh, well, wouldn't she be proud of you, Bilbo? Wouldn't your grandmother be proud of you for attacking a vulnerable woman who says that prayer, you're attacking someone that you don't even know for saying that prayer has helped. Crumbs, she did. It's not like she wasn't in the hospital. My mother was in the hospital and in the hospice. And that's where my mother died. But what I'm trying to say is, don't put your faith in, because they're the ones that cause this. Well, anyway, you take it how you like, but it's your choice. I'm not gonna attack you for you do whatever you want to do, and but to attack someone else, to attack a vulnerable person, you're the lowest of the low. And well, if your grandmother is proud of you for doing that, well, I'm going to say nothing on the Big Pharma, how corrupt they are. Otherwise, Bryony will have nothing to eat. We'll be here for years. Yeah, I know. You're right. I'm sorry. 5.5 hours later, she's still talking. I know. I must go and get something to eat. Obviously, I'm a little bit after all of that. I'm glad I've read the comments though. Go to bed and stop spreading medical. Oh, yeah. You like a broken record, Bilbo. Bilbo Fraggins is just being a fuckwit. Don't even engage with his comments. He is a person that spends all the time playing computer games like the useless thing it is. Yeah, I know. There's nothing in there. But it's his own fault. You know, it's going to be his own. He'll just perish. So I suppose we have to kind of pray for him, don't we? But you can only lead a horse to water. So Bilbo, if you're listening to this, it's your choice, really. Brian, I think Bilbo was implying you are asserting that prayer is a cure and is medical disinformation, which YouTube may see as a virus issue and block you, which has nothing to do with your belief. Yeah, I know, but it's like but he threatened to report me to the police. Have a look at the comment at the top where he threatened to report me to the police for what? For having an opinion? Sorry, what? This is 2022. Do we have we have freedom of speech, don't we, people? Am I still living in the 19? I don't know. I really don't know what's going on anymore. What's happened to our freedom of speech? I'm being attacked for having an opinion and for my faith. Is this the new world order? Do you know what I mean? I didn't say, Brian, I didn't say that prayer is a cure, did I? I said prayer. I don't think I did anyway. But I said that praying, I said never underestimate the power of prayer. That's what I said, Brian. Do you know what I mean? And I have not said anything about medical disinformation. I have not said don't do this and don't do that. I am saying that with what I now know, well, I will say this. I now know what I know about the cancer scam. And if I get cancer, and I'm being very careful with my words, this live stream has not been about cancer. It has not been about big pharma. I've been talking about lots of things, and I've been saying that faith. And I'm being attacked for no reason by someone I don't even know in a vulnerable state. I've been through a lot. That's what this is all about. As it is, Brian, even with someone like when I first spoke to Dan and I was in distress on police abusing powers. I'm extremely vulnerable, and I turned to Dan because I'm vulnerable. There's no outlet. I've gone down every avenue. That's what this is all about. And now I'm being threatened again. I'm struggling to sleep as it is. This is where all the insanity, this is what cancer is born out of. This. Listen, Brian, I had a social worker landlord say to me, you might want to check you haven't inherited cancer. I'm being deadly serious about this. And there were other people in supported accommodation saying, this is just a profit-making business. You die tomorrow. But he actually said to me, you might want to check you haven't inherited cancer. With everything that's been done to me, I wouldn't be surprised if I do inherit cancer, but I won't be inheriting my late mother's rare cancer. I don't even know what it was called. Here's the death certificate that I signed at the town hall. My mother's death certificate. Days after I was forced to sign a homeless application form out of supported accommodation. And I'm the nutcase, am I? Out of supported accommodation. I had to sign this at the town hall. But as you heard about 4 or 5 hours ago, in that phone call, that housing officer has said there's no record. Well, how about that? It just suddenly disappeared into thin air. One of the most corrupt councils. My mother died. I didn't even know what my mother died of. I thought it was peritoneal something. I'm not a medical person. I don't understand medical stuff. metastatic endometrial carcinoma. I can't even say it. I won't inherit cancer. It will be caused by what has been done to me. And if you're that, if anybody is that stupid to not believe in, just look at the reveal report. Listen to what Roseanne Barr is saying. I don't even need these people, these higher ups, these people exposing Rothschilds and putting their life on the line. I know, I've seen it, I've experienced it. I already know. I've had it in the family. But if I do get cancer, it will be caused by this stress. And to have pagan drummers with the symbol of the pentagram on their drums, drumming outside the hospice, using demonic forces, when prayer is the thing that will save people, not witchcraft. Let's just get that straight, okay? Because I'm not putting any medical information in my videos, Brian. And I'm not going to have, this is what I said, Brian, I'm not going to have people attack me for the very thing that has saved me. I prayed so hard in that van. And I believe if I hadn't have prayed, I probably would have been sent to prison because I would have lost it, because I knew what that magistrate's custody suite manager, R. Helmsley, was trying to do to me. He was trying to make me flip out. And I didn't. Because believe me, even Dan, if you had heard what Dan had said to me in our 4-hour conversation, and I won't repeat it, but he would have been as nice as I have to those nursing assistants. And let me tell you, even the MP caseworker said he wouldn't have been as nice as I have been. Because I'm starting to now get just a little bit angry. Because I want to know, sorry, I'm trying not to get angry. I had someone verbally someone from Police Abusing Powers mocked me. They came on my first live stream after Dan got me those subs, and I was mocked and attacked. And that individual went away. So, okay, I know I'm going to get idiots wherever I go. You know, Dan said, didn't he? He said, you know, we are don't worry, we're plebs. I don't see people as plebs. I treat everyone's entitled to their opinion. But I'm not taking shit from anybody. I'm now swearing for the first time in front of an audience, and I don't swear. But you know, when you've had a lot done to you, you are going to snap, aren't you? Anyway, I've now got to. But I swear I'm very close to losing my temper. I really am. This is what I was talking about earlier. Someone might see this. Yes, Bilbo Fraggins. And I hope that someone who does see this does try and pray for cancer, you idiot. This is why I want to show this idiot's comments. telling me to F off with your vulnerable bollocks. Stop it. Someone might see this and try to pray for cancer. I hope that people pray for me if I get cancer, because I'm praying for the lovely lady witness who came with me to the MP caseworker. You idiots. I don't usually lose my temper. I don't care about that crinkle chap trying to chat me up, and I don't care if it's the same person, but this is taking the piss. This is, if you're going to start talking about cancer, you're going to get people riled up, all right? Because it will be me phoning the police, all right? And I'm scared to phone them because of what has been done to me. Because of these idiots. The lady who witnessed my council accommodation, a lady on the street who witnessed this nutter on a criminal tag attacking me, she still has to go to an oncologist, and I'm praying for her. So you can fuck off. You can go to hell, Bilbo. I'm sorry, people. I apologize because I don't swear. But I feel that if I don't get it out of my system, he knows what he's doing. This is the work of the devil. That individual. My partner took me. My partner is an expert on the Hebrew Aramaic scriptures. He's very nearly. This is what I mean. It's spiritual warfare, people. And I'm allowing myself to get angry. I'm allowing that to happen, and that's not good. That's not good. If that person is going to perish, let it be by their own hand. And Abba Yahweh, I pray that I don't get affected. Someone has just replied to me. Hang on a minute. I've just literally had a text message from someone who's on my live chat. I'm in the chat on your live, but you seem to have a massive delay. Who is this person? I don't even know who this person is. It's not Dan. You're seeing comments from ages ago. Can I ask who this is that's texted me? Because I don't know who you are. I don't know who this number is. Who is this number? 075 225 07077. Right there. Who are you? And how did you get my number? Because it's not Dan. Look, I've got Dan's name is under a different number. Pap. Someone has just texted me. Someone I don't know. 07522. And the same person has just sent me another text message. I don't know who you are, and I don't know how you got my number. But it's not really sitting very easy with me. How did you get my number? Only Dan. Oh, it's Dan. It's Dan. It's Dan. Sorry. I didn't. Sorry, Dan. My apologies. Whoops. It's a different number though. I've got your name. Sorry, I'm getting a bit angry because I'm looking at this troll who during my live stream, I've been threatened with the police and having my YouTube video taken down, and I don't know why, by this troll. And people are telling me to block him. I'm getting just a little bit upset. Sorry, I know your number is a different. You've got two different numbers. Then I apologise. I've been speaking for 5 hours. Can you believe it? Anyway, I'll get through all the comments, and because I've just been. It's people like this, Dan. This toxic narcissism that makes me want to question my sanity. And as far as I'm concerned, I don't swear, but they can fuck off. I've been swearing quite a lot recently. You know why? It's because, well, it is the work of the devil, but after everything that's happened to me, I'm trying to stop myself from losing it because of these idiots, for everything that I've been through. And Bryony is saying, no, I'm not, I've fucking had enough of it. Again, apologies for swearing, but I've been attacked for no reason whatsoever. I have freedom of speech. I've done nothing. Well, it's not even up for debate. Oh, gosh, all these comments are... Oh, it's boring. Look, all these comments. What's going on here? Where am I? There are loads of comments I haven't seen. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to end this stream. I can't. There are just loads of comments. I can't read them all. I can't keep up. I'm sorry, but I'm going to have a mental breakdown just looking at. I can't look at all these comments. I'm responding to every single comment. If I do that, I'm going to go nuts. I knew this would happen. I said I won't let the live stream be longer any more than, and now I've been 5 hours. Oh, I think I feel sick. Oh, no, I'm going to have to put this down. I can't look. There's too much. There are too many comments. Sorry, I'm overwhelmed. I haven't slept much. So I'm trying to be polite and angry at the same time. I just read your text message. Sorry, it's fine. I'm using my other number at the moment. I've seen Bilbo being a dick and left some comments. Bilbo fraggins for him, but you should block him. I know. It doesn't mean he has won anything. You need to do it for yourself to stop him getting you angry. I know. I don't know at what point you came in to the chat. I've laughed it off. I have laughed off a lot of it, and I've smiled, but there was one point where I because talking about cancer, people are allowed to have their own opinion about faith, but if you attack someone's faith, I said that never underestimate. I never said don't take pharmaceuticals. But I said never underestimate the power of prayer, and I am praying for the lady who who is still going to an oncologist. I want to be careful what I say because she might see this, and I don't want to. I'm being very careful, but it touched a nerve at that point. No, because he was saying, "Oh, you got psychosis. You're a nutcase. You're," and he's just stupid. He's one of these. He's just stupid. I don't care who he is. I don't know him, but it was when he threatened me with police. He threatened me with police, and I don't care about anything else. I'm not that much of a wallflower, but to threaten me with police and I'll take you get YouTube to take your video down. So I'm just going to read your text because I can't keep up with all the comments. Read. I can't keep up. I don't even know where I am. I'm trying to read all the comments. I've done so much talking, but there are loads of comments here. I can't keep up. Bilbo Fraggins, I will get this channel closed down for spreading demonic shit. You are clearly not well, and these morons are just encouraging you. Just go away. I need to block him because he's doing. You're right. I need to get rid of this idiot. I don't care. You're right. Because if he's going to do something like that, it's harassment, bullying. Yeah, all right. I'm blocking him. I'm blocking him because that idiot is a cancer in itself. And that idiot proves, and I'm not preaching to anyone, but it proves my faith is real. And you can call it whatever you like. You can call it devil, satanic. I just call it evil. That's your living proof. And I'm laughing because this is my therapy. And I know how to, the more you hold a mirror up to them, the more they get angry. And the more you just have to laugh it off and fight. Because I'm telling you, I'm not asking anyone to agree with me or believe. I'm telling you my testimony. If I hadn't have prayed, because I'll tell you what, last night I felt like giving up on my faith. The person who brought me to the strongest point of my faith has either indirectly or not, my partner, how you can call your partner, like an angel, and then go from calling him that to the devil and everything nasty, or to see him in that light. But either way, something is telling me to keep going no matter what. So I've been talking for nearly 6 hours. It's 9 o'clock. And I haven't looked at all the comments. But I had a social worker landlord say to me, you might want to check you haven't inherited your mother's cancer. And prayer and positivity is what helped save my mother. So how dare anybody who wants to argue out. Sorry. Excuse me. Hello. Yeah. I was going to do that actually. Thank you. Thank you, Dan. Thank you for ringing me.
That's fine. Right. Can everyone hear me?
I have.
Yeah. It's all right. I've just turned my volume up. I can hear it myself. Go, you little mug. Right. I don't know who you think you are or what you think you're doing. Okay, but you're coming on here, you're talking shit. Okay, you've got no idea what you're talking about or who you're talking to. Okay, so have a bit of respect. If you don't like what's being said, disappear onto another channel. If you've got an issue, come over on my channel, Police Abusing Powers, go to my About page, you've got my email address, email me, I'll give you my phone number. If you want to pick on somebody, you can come and pick on me, you little fucking idiot. Now piss off. Sorry, Brian.
No, thank you so much for standing. I really do appreciate your support. I really do. It means so much to me. I don't usually lose my temper and sort of swear and but it got to we're talking about the cancer and the praying bit. It touched a nerve and yeah. I mean I think I handled it well because I laughed it off. Oh, you're having a psychotic episode. Oh, and I'm not. I promise you, I'm not deluded. Everything.
So we've spoken loads. Okay. This person in the chat. Okay, he's only in here to wind you up. Okay, not for any other reason. He's in here to wind you up. Best thing to do is just to block him. It doesn't mean he's won anything. Okay, when you block people, it doesn't mean that they've won because you had to block them. You block them for your own peace of mind and so that they don't ruin your stream. That's it. Just get rid of him, please. Get rid of him.
Thank you. I think I did block him. I'll try again because the comments are. I know the comments are still there because he's threatened to. It was a bit weird to begin with, but then when he started threatening me to call the police, that's when I panicked a bit. I thought, oh gosh, because that's the last thing but you know what I mean. I mean, I'm scared. I mean, well, I don't even need to go there with that one, but and then threatened to take down my YouTube channel, and then I thought, oh gosh,
he can't get your channel taken down for what you're talking about. Forget him. No, just ignore him. He's an idiot. I'll tell you what, Brian PC and Ian Broadhurst, who are in the chat, okay, I know they come onto your channel. These guys are on mine all the time. Okay, give them moderator status on your live streams. Okay, and when they come in, if somebody comes in being a dick, they can deal with it for you without you having to worry about it. Okay.
Oh, thank you. That's very nice of you. That I really do appreciate that. I don't know how to do that, but
what are you using? A computer?
I've got a laptop.
Right, if you use your mouse and hover over one of their names, Brian or Ian Broadhurst, then you get three little dots come up at the end.
Oh yeah.
Click on that. It should say add moderator.
Yeah. Okay. Add moderator. I've clicked on. I've clicked on it, and it says Brian is yes.
Right. There you go.
Thank you. And
you can do that for Ian as well. I'm only saying them two because I know them two from my channel. I don't know anybody else that's on your. I don't recall anybody else that's in your chat at the moment. So I only know them two at the moment. But okay. They will keep an eye on your chat for you, and anybody that starts picking on you or being a dick, they'll deal with it for you.
Oh, thank you. I really do appreciate that. Thank you for your support. I really do appreciate it because I mean, the bit where I really started to think, oh no, was obviously when he said about calling the police, and I thought, yeah, exactly.
Don't worry. Honestly, don't worry. I promise you. Listen, I'm going to let you go because you're still on your stream. All right.
Oh, thank you.
If you see Ian Broadhurst as well, he's always on my stream as well. So he's somebody. And if you want to add me on there as well as a moderator, I'm not on all the time because I've got so much to do, as you know. But I will jump on now and again. And if I see anybody, then I'll be in the comments dealing with it.
Oh, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. There's so many comments I haven't, because I didn't realize that you had come on here, because I just didn't. I was sort of way back and sort of like going through every single comment. It's getting ridiculous. I know. I'm sort of, yeah. But thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I really do. That's so kind of you to care, and thank you so much. I really do appreciate it.
Sorry, I'll say we'll have a chat during the week sometime, right?
Oh yes, thank you so much. About 5 hours ago, I had a bit of a positive, a sort of shift in, and I'm still going to email Tina, but no, I really do appreciate. I was just going to add you to. Sorry, I'm just adding you to. Yeah, I've added you as well. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I just started to panic there. Because I said, "Oh, could someone let Dan know about this?" And because I thought, "Oh, I don't." Because if someone says the police are coming, I'll be running out that door. I'll be running for the hills. But no, I'm not joking. I just don't want them coming anywhere near me. Do you know what I mean? Thank you. But thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you.
You're more welcome. You're more welcome. I'll let you get on with your speak now anyway, Brian, all right? And we'll speak to you in a week.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dan. Thank you.
All right. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you, Dan. Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you. Oh, I really do. I really do appreciate that. I know I haven't read all the comments. I was responding to every single little comment whilst, yakking. But it's like having a big brother, isn't it? Yeah, no, I should know better really than to get all, but I think anything to do with the C word, I mean, I don't like to use the C word to my lady witness friend, because it's like it's a taboo, but it's not, if you know what I mean. It can't be easy for her to hear me talking about my late mother. But when, you're talking about praying and that, the only thing that's really, even with prayer, I've still, well, look, I mean, I've scarred myself for life. And all these evil people that have made me want to kill myself. Do you know what I mean? And then to say you're psychotic. This is how people, I've said this and I'll say it again and again and again. This is how people go completely and utterly doolally. But I'm still here. I've been criticized for being too intelligent. Do you see where I'm going with this? I've been told I won't get the help with my mental health because I'm too intelligent. Or you go around looking like $1 million. I've heard it all. Oh, this and oh, that. And you seem like an intelligent person. I had someone say it to me just the other day in Primark. Oh, you seem like a very intelligent person. I'm thinking, but I need help. They've driven me nuts. This is what I mean. How you can go from saying someone needs injections. They changed my medical records. I put a protest up at being dragged into St Mary's house in handcuffs, and as a result of that, they said you need injections. You suffer from psychosis. Then they put it on my medical records that I don't have a mental illness and I don't have a treatable condition. What? How do we go from that to that? anyway, anyway, I just want to say thank you so much, Dan, and thank you. I'm going to scroll all the way down. I don't mean to be rude, but I really must get some food. I know I do. I am a bit manic and I am a bit mad, but that's not a bad thing. We're all a bit manic and a bit mad. Right. I've scrolled down to the very bottom because I've got a headache now. Sorry. I think I've given myself a headache. My battery's running out. Oh. But as Ian said, I need to probably need to let off quite badly. And I've got a bit of a pain in my side. But I was going to, if Dan has already left the chat, I was going to text him to let him know that I've got a recording on my dictaphone of you know what I said about 5 hours ago about being called an effing spastic. Well, that member of staff, and I'm not part of the PC brigade, but if you were here 5 hours ago, I said that Dan made a video where someone had called a police officer a spastic, and that the police said it was hate crime. And I wouldn't say it's a hate crime because I'm not part of this PC nonsense, but I'm going to use that to my advantage for all the torture that the police put me through. I've had a hate crime committed against me then. Because anyway, I won't go through it all again because I will be here for another 5 hours, and by then I will have gone completely doolally. But I just thank you, Ian, for getting Dan. Oh, thank you, Ian. I've just read that. That was you that got Dan. Thank you so much. You really are. Thank you. Warrior Wales, I don't know if you said anything before I came into chat, but you didn't say anything wrong while I've been here, or you would have been called out and blocked as well. No, thank you, Warrior Wales, for affirming me, and I couldn't read every single. There are loads of comments. I've just scrolled to the bottom. It's quit the attitude, and it takes a strong man to watch us. Okay, well, Dan is a good one. Oh, thank you so much. It's I've now got moderators. Thank you. Worry, you could not be as wrong as those horrible people who were just here to hurt people. You could. Thank you. To be said, thank you. Those horrible people who were just here to hurt people. Yeah, no, thank you so much. Sorry, my brain is going a bit to mush. It takes me a while to. I'm slowing down a bit because I haven't eaten anything yet. Yeah. My phone is hungry for juice. Is it? Well, that battery's got. My phone's got battery, but Dan, look how desperate Bilbo is to upset someone. That's exactly what I said, Dan. Yes, I kicked him from the channel, and he comes back on a new profile. Oh, did he come back on a new profile? Well, this is what I was saying, Dan. I was saying he's obviously someone who's so full of hatred. He was saying to me to keep away from his children. I don't even know who he is. And he's calling me the nutter. You know, it's just stupid. I mean, you're entitled to your opinion, but when you just attack anyone who goes out of their way to attack someone like these idiots that's why I'm here in this hotel, because I've had a year of being attacked. I've had to deal with idiots putting poo in the bin, human feces in the bin, smashing my window, assaulting me, attacking me, physically and verbally attacking me. That is just the police alone. Do you see what I mean? But anyway, I just want to say thank you so much. I just want to I thank you so much. He had 2 profiles. How do you do this though? How do you find out someone's profile? Oh, by the way, Dan, I'm sorry that I was getting a bit, because I didn't know who that other phone number was. He had two profiles. I'm gonna have to look at this later. Sorry, I can talk forever, but I promise you I'm not deluded. I can't convince you that I'm not deluded. You either believe or you don't. But I can tell you this. There's a difference between being deluded and being bereaved and traumatized. There's a big difference. But I know how a sane person can be driven to madness. And let me tell you something, what my mother's cancer did to her. She temporarily lost her memory. It happened to the old ladies I cared for when they got a urine infection, and their memory would come back. Thankfully, my mother's memory came back. She thought she'd contacted my eldest sister. She didn't. She thought she'd contacted me, but she contacted my sister. Oh. And she didn't know who she was. She didn't know. It also happened when my mother went to South Africa to meet her biological parents for the first time, and it was very embarrassing. She went down to reception and she forgot who she was, and her memory came back. But you have to be so careful with extreme stress, sleep deprivation. They know, the ones that do this torture, even in the police cell, they were able to dim the lights in the police cell. They deliberately left the lights on in the end because sleep deprivation. Speaking of which, I'm feeling a bit but I've really got to get something to eat. So there were he had 2 profiles. I'm going to have to go and have a look at this. Thank you, Bryony, for sharing the story with us. They make profiles up online, Bryony. He had 2 profiles. He got booted on one and he came back on another with the same name, etc. So booted that one too. Where did they come from? The woodwork. Did they come out of the woodworks? Mods, just click go to channel here. That says professionally, so he's a troll. Gaslighting, yes. Yeah, he was. And it makes you wonder, do they do it? Are they that stupid that obviously cancer is going to be a trigger for anybody, but talking about praying, you're going to get people's, pardon me, you're going to get people's what's it up. Yes, Bryony, time for dinner and something to drink. Thank you. No, bless your kind heart, Brian. Thank you very much. And thank you, Brian. Thank you, Ian. Thank you, Ian, for contacting Dan. I really do appreciate it, because if I didn't have the resilience that's sort of running on a short fuel, I could go into a meltdown, because they're using the police as fit. He knew what he was doing. I'd like to know who he is, but I kind of wouldn't. But I've been talking for about 5 or 6 hours about. I always get onto the subject of the paranormal stuff because it's never far from my. When you're not well, me in particular, death, anything to do with death, the unknown, paranormal, especially if it's actually affected your actual life, is never going to be far from my conversation. So, and I can talk forever anyway. And then someone comes on and attacks me. I think, if you don't mind my saying so, I think I've done bloody brilliantly, because I know how to hold up a mirror. This is going to sound really nasty, and I hope nobody thinks I'm nasty. Just try and understand what I'm trying to say here. I had a group of nursing assistants drag me into the lounge for no reason at all, just standing up for myself. I'd been previously forcibly injected, bullied, illegally forcibly injected, simply for asking about the whereabouts of my possessions in one of that hellhole at Cavendish Place, where I had the fraudulent section 184s typed up, where I complained about bed bugs, leaks, and went up to Beachy Head, suicidal in the snow with a duvet. I was illegally forcibly injected for getting angry about the whereabouts of my possessions. I was bullied and assaulted by patients, but I'm the nutter. Do you see what I mean? And the last time that I was in there, I think it was the last time that I was in there, I had a group of nursing assistants drag me into a lounge. And I know, because I'm getting so clever at how to deal with narcissists, even if I do say so myself, one of the ladies, whom I thought was one of the okay ones, they had me side by side. They gripped me either side and sat me down like this. So I calmly looked at her. There was nothing I could do because they'd gripped me either side. All I'd done was assert myself at my mistreatment, which was on a daily basis, because people were being treated badly all the time in there. It's a hellhole. You do not want to be in the psychiatric unit. It is not a place of wellness. It is just a pill popping place. And I turned to the lady on this side, gripping me tightly, and I just said, "This is how you get them off you." I smiled and I turned to her and I said, what did I say? What did I say? I can't remember what it was, but it was something along the lines of, "Did your mother ever treat you badly?" And this is how she reacted. She grabbed my arm, went, "Oh, Bryony," and she threw my arm. And I laughed. Not laughed. But one of the patients who found it despicable what they'd done to me, apparently she was crying to her about what I'd said. Yet she just assaulted me. This is what I mean. You need to, when you're dealing with bullies, you need to hold a mirror up. Hold a mirror up. My mirror is my shield. Do you see what I mean? So you see, anyway, I hope you get what I'm saying. Thank you, Ian. Thank you very much. I'm so tired now. You wonder why I can handle stress and still love people. Cold showers. Oh, I've heard about cold showers. Yes. AI, artificial intelligence. Do you think that Bilbo Baggins was, or whatever his name was, Bilbo Faggins, whatever? I can't. Stupid name. Do you think he was a government agent? 6 hours streaming, the brain interface technology, MK Ultra. I tried to help you 2020 before on Facebook. What? Waken Spirit Faith End Time. Sorry, did you? The brain interface technology, MK Ultra. You tried to help me on Facebook. I don't mean to be rude. Waken Spirit Faith End Times. You said you tried to help me on Facebook in 2020. How do you know me? Lost Souls Paranormal. Yes, I noticed she's got that interesting name. MI6. You spoke to me on Facebook. Waken Spirit Faith End Times. What's your name on Facebook? Where did I didn't do a video call with you. What? Who? So I don't mean this rudely, by the way, but who? I'm going to be blunt. Can I ask who you are? Oh, you adore Pierre. Sorry, I didn't mean that rudely. When I blatantly said, who are you? I don't mean that rudely. Yes, you D. Yes, you D. D isn't a name, is it? No. Oh, do not say any. Oh, sorry. No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Yeah, sorry. Whoops. Yeah, Well, okay. Yeah. Shh. Okay. I'm sorry. I didn't. You're like me, different. Yeah. Sorry. I didn't realize it was you. Because I don't know who. I have a different Facebook name, and let me tell you, the idiot who called me an effing spastic, which is a hate crime, they've all gaslit me. He said he knew my Facebook name. He said it's not your real name. I said, well, how do you know it? But I do remember what you said to me. I know I could hardly hear you, but I do remember what you said about informers in the area and everything like that. Yeah. It all makes sense what you said. At the same time, I have to be careful because I could go completely loopy. It's trying to. Oh, I just don't know who to listen. Like, there are people in the truthers community who've turned out to be shills, and I feel like I'm, I'm sure you'll know what I'm talking about. MK Ultra type thing. You could just go completely crazy, like because it's just me inside here. It's like MK Ultra. I don't know if it is. It could be anything. I don't know what it is. but when you're on your own, going sort of, because I'm sure Dan will appreciate that. Even Dan would appreciate that. Oh God, I've been talking for over 6 hours. Oh, I'm sure. I hope that even Dan would understand, and my new subs. Oh, the sometimes I get these little thoughts like, ooh, can I trust the people from police abusing powers, or are there, do you know what I mean? Well, I don't know, but you know that there's that little thing inside you know, like Jiminy Cricket, that still small voice that no one listens to, and it for me it just says keep going, keep going, keep going. But it's interesting, isn't it, in Disney's, this is the second time I've mentioned Disney's Pinocchio. I said the idiots in that accommodation were like the boys on Pleasure Island. But stay with me on this. What was I going to say? You know, when Jiminy Cricket is singing and he says, take the straight and narrow path, and if you start to slide, you know, well, that is what Alan Horvath said. You know, the Bible, narrow is the path to salvation, wide is the path to destruction. Anyway, there we go. I just thought I'd throw that in there, but I do feel like I'm going a little bit. I've got it. Sorry, I don't mean to be rude. I've really got to go because my head is hurting now, and it's 9:40, and I need to get something to eat, and I haven't had much sleep. Ugh. Others know what I do. I'm here to try to help you. Thank you. I'm sorry if I haven't in spirit faith. Obviously, you know, we've spoken, but I don't know if I've seen you in the comments section. Oh, my back's hurting. You're special. Oh, bless you. Thank you. Oh, well, so are you. Why I put website in this chat. Website. There are. Yes, there are. Sorry, I'm talking and I'm not looking at the same time. Get some food, a shower, then rest maybe. Yeah. Well, I got a nice Victorian bath. That's what I like about these old hotels. I'm 6 foot tall and I've got a bath big enough to fully immerse myself. It's one of those baths. So you imagine being a shorty and being in one of those. It's like a swimming pool. Only joking. It's one of those old-fashioned long baths. You know, I like that. Get some noodles and a nice tea. Put your feet up and chillax. Yes. Well, there's been a shift. I'm feeling a bit more positive. Yes, I've been had all of that, but there's been a shift. So a housing officer, it's questionable though that they haven't got me on their record, but your PIP, my PIP on high rate shall be looking into beware of DWP. Oh, don't. Yeah. Well, were you watching me earlier? I don't know if you've been here. You couldn't have been here for 6 hours watching me. I've still got to ring the DWP. I had a horrible call handler hang up on me. She didn't make any sense. And also, my partner said that someone had he had a load of mail for me because he's using his address he said someone had opened it. You'll know about this, warrior spirit. Because my partner said, okay, the thing is, I'm going a bit crazy because my partner has been a little bit emotionally abusive. Well, he has been. There's no two ways about it. He's, shouting at me, just storming out. That's emotional abuse. When I'd just given him TLC because he fell over, he grazed himself. He'd been running and he grazed himself, fell over. But he said that someone had opened one of the envelopes from the DWP. And he said, this is very strange. He said, there's sellotape over this. But he also said to me, someone from he said, have you had any problems with the DWP? Now, my lady friend thinks that my partner probably did open it. Your guess is as good as mine. Because I've got trust issues with my partner, and I've trusted my partner with my soul. My partner he brought me to my Heavenly Father's name, and now I'm going completely. So, and then I had this call handler who was very rude to me. They want me to pay back some of my PIP because I've had a hospital stay. But the next call handler that I spoke to, I've got to be careful what I say because I don't want to get into trouble for mentioning ethnicities. But it doesn't matter what colour skin someone has. I don't even need to mention it. Whatever. The other call handlers had been nice to me, but this particular call handler, she was, like that, and huffy. And I was very, very polite throughout, up until when she hung up on me. I get this a lot, though. And I'm sure you'll know what I'm talking about, Waken Spirit, because I've recorded, I get the same phrases, I get the same hanging up. We're going round in circles. I had the local government ombudsman say we're going round in circles and hang up on me. After I'd been beaten by the police, stripped naked, thrown to the cell floor. This was on a section 136. My battery was cutting out. It was hell. And now I've had an ESA call handler hang up on me. She said, it's not to do with a hospital stay. I said, but the last call handler said it was. Which hospital stay was it? And she hung up on me. People just keep lying to me and driving me doolally. So anyway, anyway. DWP agents on here watching videos. Thank you for warning me. Well, the thing is, I'm only telling it how it is. But they use my truth to screw me over. I'm the one who walks into the shops with a conscience thinking, oh my gosh, did I do that? Oh, what a terrible person I am. Oh, I'm sorry. People are always telling me to stop saying sorry. When do I get sorry? The number of times I've been called a C word, I've been verbally, physically, I've had it all. And anyway, I need to shut up now because I'm getting a headache. But thank you so much for listening to me. I've got some good people here, and thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, you're going to bed too. Okay, Brian, thank you so much. Bless you. Thank you, Brian, Ian. Thank you so much. And Warrior Wales. Well, everyone that's shown me support, thank you so much. We'll have a chin wag again. Bless you. Lots of love. Thank you very much. A big bath sounds nice and relaxing. Yes, it's a Victorian bath. We have lost no food for Bryony. I know, I keep doing that. Don't worry about DWP, Bryony. You will be okay. Call them as soon as you can. I'll do that tomorrow because I want to get. I want to know. They record phone calls, don't they? She hung up on me. She said it wasn't to do with the hospital stay. They said it was to do with the hospital stay. It's in the letter. She said you didn't declare where you were living. No, I didn't declare where. I didn't know anything about. She said you're supposed to declare where you live. What's she on about? I self-funded a hotel for my safety in the same way that I am, because the last place I was in, I didn't feel safe. And then I was beaten by the police, the same old. It's the same old thing. I know lots of people that have mental health needs that was getting so much crap from them. As soon as they used this, all went away. I know lots of people that have mental health was getting so much crap from them. As soon as they used this, all went away. Oh, sorry. Don't worry about DWTP tip. As soon as you say that your stress is so bad that I messed myself, they just sign you off, no questions asked. Oh, I am already on PIP and ESA. Yeah. Loads of people that have mental health needs that was getting so much crap from them as soon as they used this. Yeah. I had used learning law. Take care. Thank you, Wakened Spirit. Oh, maybe you could help me then. Don't know where to. Is your carer not supposed to be dealing with the DWP for you? Don't answer me, Bryony. Go and get a drink and food and rest. Bless you. Well, I don't actually have a carer, Brian. My partner was in a caring role for me. Caroline Ansell MP suggested it. This is what I mean. The people. Oh, see, obviously, I mean, 5 hours ago, this is what I was banging on about. But my partner, he had a caring role. But this is what I was saying in the phone call. They use fear and control. Oh, I'm going to have to go, I think. My head is hurting. See you soon, Brian. Night again, everyone. So lovely to see you all supporting Bryony and being so kind. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Ian. Bless you. Thank you both. Yeah, well, my partner said he stopped doing the caring role, but I was advised to ask him if he's still in he never was in a paid caring role. I don't have a carer. I don't have anyone. I don't get anything from. I get benefit money, but that's I don't get support. The rest of the time, I'm just trying to hold this head together. Me not. Yeah. Okay. Thank you all. I really do appreciate it. I'll just put this in there. Okay, good. I'm going to sign out now, but thank you so much for it means so much. It really does mean so much. Bless you all. Thank you. I'm going to say bye-bye. So it's a bit weird waving like this, but I'll text Dan later, whatever, about the, yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you, Warrior Wales, and thank you for moderating this. No, I really do appreciate it. For you to stick with me for 6 hours is quite something. I can't, it must get like boring and everything. So thank you so much for caring. I just like to talk about things that are irrelevant. But all that dark stuff, it's like, it's a bit, I know it's a bit obsessive. I find it fascinating, though. I have to just to say, just so you know, I'm not walking perhaps on the same plane as the average person. That's what it is. I'm walking on a sort of, I don't know what you call it. Perhaps there are people here who might understand. I don't know. Yeah, maybe Wakened Spirit Faith will understand what I'm saying. I don't know. But not many people. I've never actually spoken to someone who really understands what it's like to be walking on that sort of, when you're it's like being in another sort of, it is spiritual, though. It's spiritual. What else can it be? It's real. Anyway, yeah. So my head, yeah, and the nightmares don't help, obviously, but it's real. Everything I say is the truth. Anything that I repeat that's happened to someone else, well, I believe my family when they talk about paranormal, but there we go. Anyway, I'll say thank you very much, and good night. Thank you.